What is going on, YouTube world? I'm Dave. He's Steve. This is the Insert Revolution podcast, episode number 29. Um, let's get our sponsor out of the way now because we jumped in right away. Bud Light, which was a debate last week. I think that you didn't want to break into the fresh case.
Yep, did that. What was that? Friday night, I guess. We had game night with the neighbors. Usually, we play 4 different games. How's it going, Paul? The maximum. So, if you lose all 4 games, it's $16.
Okay.
But my wife won the first game. I won the second game. And then the neighbors had one of their friends over, which happened to be his birthday. And he won the second 2 games, which was kind of cool. But we've been playing on the house's money, so to speak, for a while because we keep the money in the game night pot.
Mm-hmm.
So until that runs out, we're not having to pull out any money or anything along those lines. We just consistently play on the winnings, which makes it even better. What's going on, Mike? So,
yeah, we used to do that sort of with a couple of my high school classmates, and then there was a couple guys that were a couple years younger, grade-wise, and we just always would have our little jar labeled at his house because that's where we played all the time. So again, just like penny poker or whatever, something like that, just to kill time. And it's always good to have that.
Well, I was going to say we play. It's called LCR. We call it CLR, but it's a dice game, and it actually comes with little plastic chips that you're supposed to play with. We play with dollar bills, so it's $3 to play, and the number of dollar bills you have dictates the number of die that you roll, and you do whatever the die says. So if it says to the left, you pass $1 to the left. If it says right, you pass $1 to the right. The star is the center. These, for whatever reason, even though it says LCR, you would think that it would say C. It actually has a star on it, but the star goes into the pot, and then there's dots, and there's more dots on the die than anything else. The dot means you keep whatever. So if you throw 3 and you throw 3 dots, you keep all $3. And the cool thing about it is you're never out of the game. Even when you have no money, you can get right back into it because the person to your right or to your left could roll an L or an R and you get money. So the last person with money is the one who wins the pot. And then the other one is called Shit on Your Neighbor. It's played with 4 quarters, and it's basically it's low card. Whoever has the lowest card pays. So they're fun. LCR usually lasts quite a long time. Mm-hmm. And like I said, the cool thing about it is you're never out of the game technically. With Shit on Your Neighbor. Once you're out of quarters, you're out of quarters. You're done. But for, price of less than a blaster, you get, 3 hours of fun. And if you win, great. If you don't, you're not out a crap ton of money.
Yeah.
So.
And you pick anything up this week?
One thing did show up today. Let me go grab it. I did share some of the Germany stuff on Carlos's show. I don't know if you were still on or not, or if you'd already dropped off. So I shared kind of like the highlights, more of the numbered stuff. I still need to do a video, but I wanted to bring this back into the light. And you already know what this one is, Dave. You've seen it. But Number to 100.
Was that final cut?
That is the final cut. That'd be the one. Of course, I'm planning on messaging the seller and be like, okay, I'm going to give you a piece of friendly advice. Now, I didn't bother to read like the full listing or whatever, but
Yeah.
if you're going to show a card in a magnetic and you don't send it in a magnetic, you might want to make sure you notate that in your auction, because people may get pissed off thinking that, hey, the card you were showing in the magnetic, why didn't I get the magnetic?
Yeah.
I don't care. I didn't care either way. I mean, let's be real.
Well, then especially if and I don't know the shipping charge, but some of these guys are charging $4, $5, or $5, $6 for shipping. If you're charging $5, $6, I'm like, okay, I expect that magnetic to be with it. And then when you sit there and see like a just shitty yellowed top loader, and then you don't have a penny sleeve, I'm like,
Well, and what's interesting is it's got I don't know if you saw it or not, but it's got the residue on it with like the tamper-proof seal from TNT. So it's like they ended up probably somebody, how they got it, whatever. But obviously either the person who sold it or they consigned it with, or whoever they got it from had purchased it at some point from TNT.
yeah, I've seen a couple of those come through, and I'm like, our friends at TNT, the stuff gets recycled.
Yep.
Which is fine, because I don't know how if I were to like part stuff out and just have them do it, it's almost like you couldn't choose like, oh, just do like the vintage football patch stuff, because I mean you'd be overloading the market for that week, and that's, I wouldn't want to sit there like some of this hockey, some of like the 2-3 weeks ago with those Terrell Davis cards. It's like you should probably break those up in 3 portions. Put the atomic in one as like your headliner. Put that 24 karat in another as a headliner, and whatever else there was like a big number one. Because again, collectors want them all, but at the same time, that dollar only stretches so far, and it's like you ran into that problem. It's just like,
Yep.
I want to get this and this, and I'm the kid at the candy store, and I want the Juju coins and the Starburst and the gummy worms and everything. It's like, well, no, you only have a quarter.
Right.
So I don't know. Again, I don't think they give a shit either way, but that's probably a better business model and probably bring more happiness to A, their customers, and B, probably to them.
Well, I think I had 20 on the watch list. I think I bid on a total of 16 and won 12. And one got refunded, which is all fine and dandy because I ended up getting it in the Germany purchase anyway. So I couldn't, and that was hard for me because, I know what the checklist said, what I was purchasing. And I alluded to this on Carlos's show too. We do it.
Not to interrupt, but that was the time I know I watched, because I said, "Who's this Terrell Davis character here?"
Yeah.
He said the pound something. I don't remember what.
Pound sand, pound pavement.
One of the two.
Yeah. What is this? The Hockey Oracle showing some American football cards, something along those lines. Yeah. But even us, who have been in the hobby for as long as what we haven't seen everything. So there's a lot of things in which you got to pose questions and say, hey, how do we know the difference? Well, It's no different with other people who've acquired 1,000 cards. This person that this purchase came from said that they had over 1,000 cards. Well, I sent them my checklist and all they came up with was 60.
Yeah.
Which, I'm kind of glad they did, But at the same time, when you think 1,000 cards, and I'm still sitting at 52%, I think, last I checked from a percentage perspective. Yes, there's that word again, Dave. Uh, of obtainable cards produced, you would still think somebody has 1,000 cards. You could figure out a little bit more than 60 cards, right? Well, uh, obviously, I have a lot of the same that other people do, it seems. Um, but they stated that they had certain cards, and when, of course, that I got them, they weren't what they thought they were, which I took that into account. I knew of at least 7 cards early on that, although they stated them as this, I knew that they weren't.
Mhm.
So I took that into account, and that I still base my price on what I thought was fair. Uh, I still $3 a card. There was only 4 base cards, I think, that they had that I needed. Everything else was either a parallel or an insert or a jersey piece. So at $3, I couldn't. That was a
Okay.
no brainer to me.
Yeah. Well, that, and I'm just glad they showed up after 3.5 or whatever months away.
Yep. It was it's kind of interesting. I started thinking about it or whatever, and I ended up getting a notification on my phone because one shipment from them never bothered to show it was delivered. Ever. One of them showed that it had reached Fort Worth, but nothing else had happened. But I got a notification on my phone that said it was delivered. And I'm like, no, this has to be something else. And of course, I walk outside and it's sitting on my front doorstep because it was in a big old brown envelope, well protected this time. They shipped them in the pages, but it was still well protected. Only one card was damaged, but I think it was damaged prior to shipment. Sucks. It's a jersey card I needed, but I just, people are probably going to shit themselves when I chunked it in the trash. It was horrible. I didn't even want it as a placeholder. I mean, it was bad. Had the lines all around the jersey piece, like it's almost like they forced the piece in there.
Oh.
Upper Deck did, and it was creased on all 4 sides of the jersey. And I'm like, I don't even want this as a placeholder. So bye bye.
Yeah, I've seen some Black Diamond, I think 2000 with North cut like that too, where it's just mangled to hell. And I'm like, how does this get through like quality control or anything? Because I get somebody trying to jam something in. You'll see in like the 30-point or whatever, 35-point sleeves or the hard cases, you'll be able to tell when somebody jams that in. But this wasn't, this was like from the top and the sides. This wasn't from the bottom coming up. So yeah, that stuff is. I would have taken the piece out though. That would probably been the only thing I would have done. Taken the piece of the jersey and then kept it in my hat. That way, Terrell Davis is always close to my heart. As long as Paul's in here, this is one I had picked up, and a guy had a bunch of stuff listed, of course, and I just started pegging them off because that's what I do. And this is the blue. This is like the Brodeur I want to pick up. It's the jersey numbered ones. That's the 39.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I couldn't tell if that was a 2 or a 3.
Yeah. So I got him and Brian Boucher, the old Flyers goalie, along with a ton of bunch of inserts from the old Heritage rookies for that, and that was, I don't even know how much. It wasn't much. I don't even know. I didn't pay a ton for that even, which I expected to because again they're not popping up everywhere. Then I didn't expect the guy to take the offer, so
That's a 5.
yeah, under the D there. So,
That's nice. And a nice grade. Not that you care, but
So that goes along with the Topps Chrome I just picked up. And this is a shitty grade, but it had a starting bid of, it was 50 or 55, and I think I offered 35 or 40, and he took it. Yeah, number to 150, he had BGS 8, so again,
Remember, buy the card, not the grade.
for that price, I was very excited. I didn't think he'd take it. And there's I think another one. I just dread how much of this shit's overseas. Because I think I posted in one of the Facebook groups too a while back, and just don't Brodeur stuff. And one of the guys that has been posting a lot of the stuff I want. I think he had that Black Diamond winning Formula Platinum to 43. There's some other number to 25 I didn't even know existed. So I'm like, there we go. Those are the ones you want to find. But this dude from the Czech Republic said $36 tip. I'm like, okay. It's the Vanguard Red to 38.
That's nice.
So, and I just won, I think, a premier date. I don't know if it's to 100 this morning. So that's slowly chipping away at that Pacific run. Slowly.
Have you shared the top 20 list or whatever that you have yet in video? And if you have, you can tell me. I still have like 4 of yours to watch.
Not in video. I put the post on Instagram, and that's been it.
Okay. I was just curious.
2 weeks ago, and at some point I will, just because it'll be a quick video. It'll be like a 2-minute video, and but yeah, what I've got to do is start, because again, one of the guys I think in the post is like, hey, didn't you already get the mirror gold or the platinum gold? I'm like, yeah, but I started it back at like the end of December after Christmas, so I didn't have it yet.
Right. So, Mike, going back to your message earlier, though, hey, Carlos, is it quantity or is it quality or is it both as far as the ComC pickup? I know that, I mean, you also mentioned that you had done a trade on Instagram. I'm looking forward to the post, especially since it's another 101 added to the ever-growing collection for Jameer. But I was just kind of curious. More than anything. And how long have you been waiting for it to ship? Would be the other question.
I think I looked at my portal the other day and I had like 70 cards now. Because there's been stuff I think I shared this. Who was it? Did I show you? I know I showed Carlos.
No, you hadn't shared your.
But there was one guy that gave me a strike. And then Carlos said it's probably because he rejected your offer. But then he went and fucking raised the buy price on it $40. So super excited with that. I mean, it was just you fucking idiot. Then don't have the minimum price what it's at. Don't fucking and it's Matt. It might have been Matt, and he's like, oh no, because I think it's Dallas Card Buys is the seller. He's like, those guys are dicks. And like, well, again, if I can work with dicks and we can come to a common ground, I'm fine with that. But again, if you're going to be a douchebag, I'll pass. And as much as I want something, I'll fucking just wait. Which for me, that's saying a lot because I'm very, very impatient when it comes to this stuff.
Yep. More quality. No, that's cool. You didn't answer the bigger question though. How long did you have to wait for it to ship? Oh, okay. That's not horrible.
No.
I haven't gone and done any searching or shopping, I should say, because I know there's a lot of things that I could pick up. it's one of those in which I'm trying to give them enough time to kind of get back some sort of normalcy, I guess.
Mhm.
Uh, and we'll, like I said, I know there's a lot of low hanging fruit that I could probably knock off 100+ cards, kind of like Carlos did. Uh, so it'll add to the counts. But at the same time, I don't want to be in the same situation as everybody else and pay for it and request shipping and then wait months.
Yeah, yeah,
Paul, you don't have virgin ears. Shut up.
and I've thought about already requesting it, but I'm like, I really don't want to because I know I'm gonna buy more. It's just like I don't want to do any of that until I'm like, okay, now I'm done. I can, because I've got. I think that the last purchase I made on there when that guy rejected my offer, there was an Allen and Ginter plate from 12, I think, of Johnson, and it was like okay, hopefully they'll be like a minimum price. It was set at 27.24 or something like that. Like, you know what? Fuck it. That's it. I'm just hit it. You know you want it. You know you need it. Just get it, and then you're done. Then I don't think there was any one-on-one Josh Johnsons on there. So I'd picked up I think like two or three, maybe four other plates off there. And again, same like $20 to $25 range. I'm like, you're paying a few dollars more. Just get it done.
No, that's good to know, though, Mike. Maybe I've avoided shopping, so to speak, because of just the stuff that randomly does come up through TNT and even some others. Uh, I've seen some. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some people that have stupid prices on some of them, and it's just like, you've lost your damn mind. I understand it's numbered to 100 or it's numbered to 50. It's in the late 90s. I get it. Yes, there is some rarity there to it. However, it isn't $200. This isn't Barry Sanders. This isn't Brett Favre. This isn't Peyton Manning. It's not. I'm not trying to say Terrell Davis sucks, but he, from a pricing perspective, he's not Emmitt Smith money. He's not Brett Favre money. He's not Peyton Manning money in the late 90s. He's not. You go back 96, 97. There are some cards out there that, yeah, I would say that yes, they would command a premium, i.e. PMGs. But that's because of the name. It's not because of the player, it's because of the name and the iconic nature of the card.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one thing that I've noticed as of late and very agitating, that I'm seeing some of these cards number to 100, number to 50, number to 25, and they got, 200, $250 on it. It's like, you've lost your damn mind. It's no Dan Marino. Yes, I'll even throw him in there.
Yeah, Marino, Favre, Barry, even Rice. Rice's prices are stupid.
Yeah, his stuff is skyrocketed. And help me out. Who understands the reason for that? Help me understand. Out of all the players as of late, outside of Manning rookie stuff, Rice or Moss rookie stuff, some of that stuff, why has Rice's stuff like quadrupled, quintupled on some of his stuff as of late? And some of it's graded. I get it,
Mm-hmm.
but anybody know why? Because usually there's usually some sort of reasoning. Then again, maybe that's who people are focusing on in this crazy market these days, and they're picking Jerry Rice because he's underpriced. Okay, so Carlos, that makes sense. I can't argue that. So that would make sense.
But then for me, I've seen some rice stuff that's been just stupid high. Why isn't the corresponding Barry Sanders stuff at that level? Because there's some stuff, even some rice inserts where I'm like, okay, this shouldn't go for more than 20, $30, and it's going for like 80 to 100. And I'm like, Barry Sanders is going for like 40 to 60. Again, Jerry Rice, it's not like he's Joe Nobody, but for him to all of a sudden spike 1.5, 2 times, even with some Barry stuff, even some Favre, Marino, like 2 to 3 times what Elway goes for. I'm like, I don't know.
But is it specific cart? Because you alluded to the 2 times over, what a berry would sell for. Is it just specific inserts or parallels that you've noticed that with, or are you starting to see more of a, I
I
guess,
found
a
a
trend
couple
thing?
different cards. I'd have to do a little more research to see specific stuff. Like they're both in the same set. Like if a mirror gold sold, if a premium a mirror red premium stock sold, if like a finest gold refractor sold, the regular mirror gold. I I think it was a Topps Chrome. Somebody look, 97 Topps Chrome refractor was just dumb high. And again, I don't remember if it was graded, so that could have been one of the the factors in this. But I remember seeing that, and it might have been on TNT, where that thing was stupid high in like the $200 range. I get again if it's a PSA 10,
I'm
that's fine.
checking.
The PSA 10, I can get Bart jumping in probably on something like that if he's really peeling away at the rice stuff. But
Are you talking about the buy it now?
I don't think so. I think it was an auction.
There was a buy it now for $180 for a 97 chrome refractor.
That must have been a deal because if it wasn't, again, it could still be going on too. It was, I know I saw it and it was, I'm scrolling through and you see like the 15, 20, 20.
Oh, wait. Nope. Here's one for $100. February 11th.
I'll have to look. But yeah, there's one that caught my eye and it's like, that's a chrome refractor. And I get that there's more uptick in that department. Obviously, with the Prism Silvers, they got to find. Jerry Rice doesn't have a Panini Prism Silver rookie. He's got a 96 chrome refractor of silver look, the classic silver look. 97's a classic silver look. 98, not so much. It's got that copper border. 99's the classic silver.
But what's interesting though is, and this is just me providing an observation. You've got the insert special delivery, which is probably the career best.
Yeah,
would be my guess from 97. A lot harder of a pull from a refractor perspective.
mm-hmm.
And they're selling for $20. You are not guaranteed a career's best or any sort of insert refractor, I don't believe, in a box.
No. Because I think every 10 times or thereabouts, maybe 6 to 10 times more difficult to pull.
Yeah, so that's interesting to me. Then again, in this crazy market that we're in, certain things do kind of make you want to scratch your head. Let's see. I was trying to see if anything was still. Yeah, because I mean, now you've got people. This is PSA ready, 225 or best offer.
Okay.
I mean, holy cow! This is. Hopefully, you're sitting down for this one. 97 Topps Chrome Season's Best Refractor, PSA 10. It's a Pop 4. Buy it now for $1582.49. Or there's another one for $769.95 or best offer.
That's we have to take our words back. I don't remember what was a pack out on 97 Chrome since you opened a bunch. Or you had the opportunity. I don't remember if you opened it or not.
I opened quite a bit.
Okay.
4 cards per pack.
Yep.
24 packs.
Okay. There'd be one in every box and a half for the season's best.
What about career best? Or is it season's best or career's best?
Career best it has doesn't even this is the one where it doesn't list even the odds for the set or the refractors. So
okay.
I want to see. I'll check Topps because I thought those were like.
It would have to be roughly the same though. Even for the season's best, one in every box and a half.
Yeah.
What's the draft year? Does it give the draft year ratio for the base and the refractor version of that?
Yeah. Doesn't even show it for the Topps version for season's best or career best.
Interesting.
Draft year one every couple boxes, and then refractor 1 in 144.
No shit. So that's one a case.
Yeah, 24 times 1.
12 box case.
2 a case.
Okay. So I pulled my Terrell Davis Curtis Martin. That's why I was like, holy cow.
So yeah, the more you try to look into that stuff and explain it, the more it's a futile argument for you're not going to be able to come up with logic and reason in these uncertain times.
So now, since we got some of the market crazy talk out of the way, let's hit the topic for this evening.
Yeah.
I was trying to give this one a little bit more thought. And usually you have a tendency to kick these off a little bit more, which I'll let you do as always, since you usually lead the way. But this is one of the ones, since you posted the placeholder early, I've been thinking a lot more about this one, and it's like I keep flip flopping. And I hate to say it, but
well, even the picture too. I mean, it's a perfect picture for anybody that is going to actually watch this. It's one of the it seems like it hit the same artist rendition or whatever. Because last week it looks like the same guy did that picture too. But this one, it's like, and we've talked about it, it's like almost how much do you value your collection? And hopefully Franco isn't in here with his insight and wisdom, putting words in your mouth or anyone else's. But at some point, there has to be a feasible, tangible number when somebody says, I'll offer you for that. And if I were to do it, it'd be everything. It wouldn't be, I'm going to keep a few. I can't. That's just not something I could do. because if I kept something, I know a whole slew of stuff that I want is now off the market. Would that lead me to collect somebody else? Possibly, but that's another topic. I don't think any of us are in that position for saying the cards are never going to be for sale. The memories, the what you put into it, what you've gathered, what you've gained and built up over the years, those aren't for sale. The cards, at again, $1 Million Man, everyone's got a price.
And see, and this is the part that I keep flip flopping back and forth on. If you were to ask me this tomorrow, my answer may change.
Mm-hmm.
You could ask me 2 weeks from now, and my answer could be the same thing I say tonight. And this is where I'm always torn. For those cards that I have in my collection that were gifts,
Mm-hmm.
I can sit there and say right now that if somebody wanted my collection, that price would not be inclusive of those cards.
Mm-hmm.
Those cards I would keep.
Agreed.
Tomorrow, yeah, my answer could be different if somebody offered me $1 million, different situation. However, it would still be difficult for me to do that because those are, like you said, those are memories.
Mm-hmm.
Those are gifts. Those are friendships that I've formed that I still continue to have to this day in certain situations and circumstances. So in those instances, it would be difficult, which is where the sentimental value comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about this on multiple occasions. There are a lot of people who post stuff on eBay that are emotionally attached to stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is why they put the higher prices on it. And you offer them what you think is fair and reasonable. And I'm not saying you're sending a $5 offer on a $100 card. It's something that's feasible. 50, $60, which is normally what something sells for. And you either get a flat out decline or you get a counter at like $5 less than what they have.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sitting there going, okay, either somebody's testing the market, which is fine. A lot of people do it. I get it. There's advantages to that. Or somebody may be hurting for money, but yet they're not willing to let something go for cheaper than maybe what they paid for it before.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's an emotional connection. They pulled it. They got it in a group break. Dad bought it. Grandpa bought it. They first cart, whatever it may be. And those situations are tough.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with individuals that are emotionally attached to things, it is very difficult to have conversations. And I can speak from experience because and this has been years ago. It was a collection that had been posted on eBay. And this is back when you could actually put your email address in an eBay message and carry on conversations outside of eBay. So I reached out to this guy via eBay originally, and I was like, hey, I noticed that, you've got your entire collection up for sale. I'm extremely interested. I'm a huge Terrell Davis collector. Any chance, we can work out a deal type situation. We went back and forth a few times, and then I pulled it off of eBay, and I was like, hey, look, this is what I'm willing to offer on this. I'd prefer to only make an additional offer on some of the memorabilia cards that I need. I don't want them all. Unlike Dave, I don't like dupes. I usually try and move my dupes or sell my dupes. And after we went through all of that exercise, I gave him a price breakout of per card for base inserts parallels, what I would be willing to pay, and then per card per memorabilia. And he like was a hard no. He's like, I paid X, and I'm like, look, man, I get it. I understand. Throw me a counter. Let's have a conversation. If we can't work out something, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was like, but just so you're aware, I am a collector. This is my main guy. These are not going anywhere.
Hmm.
I shared my old photo bucket. I shared my YouTube channel of some of the pickups. That so it's like trying to explain. That this is going into my collection. This is no BS.
Hmm.
I'm not going to try and break this up and sell it for a profit. This is my guy. This is my collection. And he's like, give me a few days to think about it. He's like, because I really don't want to do this as it is.
Hmm.
I was like, but I'm trying to pay for a wedding, and I'm like, I get it. Life gets in the way. I understand, and I want you to be able to feel comfortable.
Hmm.
He came back a couple days later. He's like, will you do this? And I'm not going to throw out price points because I'm not. I'm not going to do it.
Hmm.
Uh, and I took his price and I did some recalculations, and I was like, you know what? That's fair. We can do that.
Yeah.
Send me your PayPal address. I'll send you the money as goods because it protects the both of us,
Yep.
and you can ship it whenever. And it came in like 3 boxes. It's the same. It's the collection in which I got all the starting lineups. It came. He had the book that I shared on Instagram today. Uh, it had the UD Retro lunchbox. I mean, it had a ton of stuff in it, not just cards related. So I mean, it was a pretty big purchase, and that's also where I got my first '97 playoff gold parallel that I've had forever now.
Hmm.
And super pumped to get it. I had a hell of a time going through it. I think that's back when blog was still around, and I had you and a couple other people. I can't remember who else popped in, and I was showing off some of the cards that came from that collection. Uh, because people wanted to see it, because I had been telling people that hey, I finally got this deal done. This is going to be pretty big. What's interesting is like 3 weeks later, he came across a few like promos and some jumbos that he had misplaced. He's like, hey, by the way, I came across these. Um, this technically should have been included. I'm just going to send them to you. So it was like everything worked out in my favor. Yes. Do I still have all that stuff? Absolutely. But when you are emotionally attached, and those people who have team collections, player collections, we get attached. I mean, we
Hmm.
do. It's a goal. It's that life's mission. But like you said, everybody does have a price. And if somebody walked up to my door and said, "Hey, I'll give you $1 million for your Terrell Davis collection," I'd have a hard time not saying deal.
And that's another question. Well, I want to get to is, have you ever thought of an actual number? But that it's I've been asked, and I said with the guy last week with JT, and I think I misspoke. Think I said the red refractor with Stanton. I had the dual. I just had the regular Bowman Platinum red number to 10, and it was a guy in blowout who just kept on hounding me. It's like, man, it only goes for $25. You've got like two, three of them. I collect him too. I'm like, see, that's you're approaching everything the wrong way. You- This is truth, very much so. And he just kept saying, he's like, well, I'll give you 30. I'm like, you can offer me probably 100 for it, and it's not going anywhere because while I do collect doubles, triples, and 26s, there's certain stuff that I really like. The Ultimate Ensembles with Johnson, Weaver, and Verlander, and Kane, Weaver, and Johnson. I love that set. I love that Sweet Spot patch, that '06. There's a laundry tag out of Ballpark, I think '08. There's a 15 card set, and I think I picked up out of that ComC thing. That's another one in there. So I think I've got 9 of the 15. So there's certain ones where I really gravitate towards, but again, that sort of happens with a lot of cards. But when you come at somebody in that form and fashion, I'm just like, well, you've got a couple, you can give one up. This isn't like some 16-year-old kid that's just looking to flip. You're talking, or he was talking to me, which I'm a hard ass when it comes to giving up stuff that isn't like grave type material. I think unless you offered me a absolutely absorbent price on that collection, the Northcutt, the McCone, the Collins, it wouldn't go anywhere. The only people I'd be considering to sell it to would be like the family members, immediate family, like their kids. They'd say, I don't care about it. It really doesn't matter. Or maybe their kids are gonna be like, holy shit, some guy's insane. He's got 1,400 cards of Dennis Northcutt. And like, yeah. He's got like 500 Gino Gaduli. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. That's putting it nicely.
You'd have to pay me to take those collections from you, Dave. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm giving you shit. But in that, I haven't been approached in that situation yet. I'm sure at some point there would be a situation. I did start talking with an individual on Instagram who started collecting Terrell Davis and focusing on just playing years and some of the nicer 90s inserts, which of course has been my focal point. Mm-hmm. We did come to an agreement that, yes, we've been competing against each other in certain instances, which, it happens. And it's going to happen. I'm not entitled to any one card over anybody else by any stretch of the imagination. But, I told him, I was like, look, I have probably 2,000 doubles, if not more, spread out throughout the various boxes that I have because of collections that I've purchased.
Yep.
As I come across them, I'll shoot you pictures. You let me know. We'll see what we can do. I don't have any like super rare dupes because that wasn't a thing. The only way I would have had rare dupes would be because of collections, because it was just all or nothing type situation. Mm-hmm. My last few have been basically, here's my checklist. Look through your stuff, see what you have that I need, because that's what I want to pick up. I don't want any more. I don't want to fill a 5,000 count box of Terrell Davis dupes. I don't. I probably could fill up half of one at a minimum. And it's not horrible stuff. It is a lot of base. And yes, there's triples and quadruples and quintuples and, of some of that stuff. But he didn't ask me. I offered. But at the same time, given the situation, the circumstance, it would be very difficult if somebody asked specifically for a card that I had in the collection. Hey, I'm trying to finish that set. This is the one that I haven't found. Yeah, it'd be hard. Granted, I only have one, for instance. So it would be a little bit easier for me to say no. But go back a few Carlos shows, ago, and I know that I was just trying to prove a point. Hey Steve, I'll give you $3,000 for that flawless. DM me on Instagram.
Yeah.
Here's my PayPal. There is no attachment to that card. Did I want a 101 from that first release? Absolutely. But that one doesn't. That is lower on the totem pole as it pertains to sentimental, I guess, or attachment, so to speak.
Well, and again, I don't think he has any concept of a true collector. Just seeing his comments over the couple shows, even if you're trying to get a rise out of people with some of those comments, you offer me $3,000 for that. If I've got that, if I'm collecting TD, I'm saying, you want it, same as you, because I've got that money spent, and the ones that I've got it spent for would be the same ones you've got it spent for, because those are the top of the mountain, the Mount Rushmore type inserts, because you just don't see them, and if you do, right now you better get them. That's why we've had our discussions before about the Kobe's. It's like I don't want to see that happen with like a couple of these other ones you picked up the last year. You're like, fuck, I could have got this for X, and now it's XX times X. So, it comes to that where it's like, oh yeah, you've got the. And even if somebody offered how much for like the supers, if like $5,000 for the pair, I'd be like, oof, I love a super, but at the same time, goodbye PMG's off the want list because they're coming home. Then I just have to wait for the green to ever surface. But at that point in time, I'm whatever. But the red and the 98 or 99 or whatever it may be, we're knocking those off the list with $5,000.
Those would be harder for me to say, yeah, let's do something. And that's because it's the only year he has a super.
Mm-hmm.
And I was extremely selective of the ones that I wanted. And the fact that I have the pair.
Yeah.
So that one would be a little bit more difficult. However, depending on the situation and the circumstance, and if the price was right, then it would be a lot harder for me to just say no. Let me think on that one. I need some time to think. The flawless, there is no personal attachment. It's a cool card. It's a pretty card. But it's one that doesn't fall into what I consider in my collecting realm, so to speak, because I don't count 101s as obtainable. They go against my card counts as far as what I have, but they're not. They're like bonus.
Yep.
That's all they are. They're nice to haves. If I don't have them, then so be it. I can't have every single one of them. It's not possible. It's either A, if they don't pop up, 1, 2, they're within price range, or that's it. It's one of those that I still have 38 of them. It's not something that, it's not a small quantity by any stretch of the imagination. Nothing compared to you as it pertains to some of your players. But at the same time, outside of Josh Johnson, some of them are half or, a third the price of what a Terrell Davis would sell for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to knock the amount of one-on-ones that you have by any stretch of the imagination, because it is phenomenal to say the least. And they're of your guys. I mean, which is a tremendous feat, considering the amount of player collections that you do have. But on average, I mean, I want to say the average price per 101 that I have acquired, and that's including plates, which are a lot less, is probably pushing about 160, 170 bucks on average for the ones that I have.
Oh, and I agree 100% where it's night and day with price difference. And I had seen, and I don't know if you shared it or somebody else that shared it, not to jump off subject, but there was like the 101 Collins, like either 98 or 99 upper deck on eBay, and it was like $4.99, and somebody hit to buy it now. So when everybody says, well, it hasn't hit your market yet of like the super scrubs, oh, it has. I'd pay 100 tops for that, because again, with Collins, it's tough, because after he started bouncing around, I followed him. I still cheered for him. I still collected him. But when you go from Carolina, where you're supposed to be like the savior, then you're stupid and go to jail because you're drinking and come out of the detox or whatever it was with that stogie in your mouth, and it's like, okay. Then you go to New Orleans. You go for a cup of coffee there. Then you go to the Giants. Then you go to Oakland, and you're just bouncing around. You're putting up good numbers, but you're not in these insert sets. Then you're relegated basically to parallels. So as much as I want to like jump in, I'd rather just finish that 95 through 97 stuff, concentrate on that, and everything afterwards, it's gravy. That it's just like that's the stuff. And I've been looking at a couple of these other players I've mentioned. I don't want to say too much because I'm picking up quite a bit.
I was going to say,
so it's because again the Brodeur stuff's creeping up a little. I'm looking at like the Waz or whatever, and like I'll get that lot of whatever it was a couple weeks ago from TNT. When I'm bidding on like 50 cards and I get like 8, like okay, well, discretionary funds I can put somewhere else to enjoy the hobby and try to do that. And again, these cards are going to be bank breakers down the road, but at the same time, it's something that helps me enjoy those cards, enjoy the hobby, which at times, again, as everybody knows, these stupid prices, it's like you bid, and it's okay. The last comp for this is 25. It's at 70. The last comp for this is 60. It's at 190. The last comp is 100. It's 600. These aren't god players. These are run-of-the-mill players, or solid players, but not the goats of the goats.
Right. And Bobby has it. He hit the nail on the head, though.
Yeah.
And that's across the board. However, we always, push patience. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But under normal circumstances, in a lot of instances, and I would say probably higher percentage of situations, that patience does pay off in your favor in a lot of situations. With the way that things are now, that is getting harder. It is getting harder to be patient because of the major ups and downs in which you're seeing related to comps for any card for that matter. I can only speak for Terrell Davis' perspective, but I've seen an impact on a lot of things. People are starting their auctions at higher minimum bids. Things are selling for more than what I think they should sell for. Mind you, these are my opinions. But I still feel as though I'm still fairly up to snuff with Terrell Davis stuff and the rarity in certain situations. Um, but there are some things that it's just like, are you freaking kidding me? I mean, okay, the 24 karat gold, yes, I'm still butthurt about it. But, I found out that, and I wasn't anywhere close to what it sold for. You know this, Dave. The guy that I started talking to, he told me what he bid, and he wasn't anywhere close. And it's like, seriously? You put that. Now, I didn't say this to him, but it's like, wow. I get it, it's numbered to 24. You don't see it very often, but holy cow. It's that made no sense to me. And even what I thought was fairly good, it blew it out of the water by $60, $70. I can't remember. Dave, you'd have to remind me.
I think I went above that by like 15, $20 just because I was like, oh, let's see if I can creep up, and then all of a sudden it was like a rocket with head on the back and it just shot up and oh, okay. Not what I was expecting at all, but
Well, and he had mentioned he bought the atomic refractor, and I told him, I was like, dude, you overpaid, and I was like, however, that's all relative because if that's what you were comfortable paying, then in essence you didn't overpay. I wasn't trying to be that douche, right?
yeah,
Because and we've had this conversation before. You can't pass judgment on somebody because if that's what they're willing to pay, then that's what they're willing to pay. So in their mind, they didn't overpay for something. But it's like average of sales type situation and what they normally go for, he overpaid. And he admitted, he's like, you're right. I probably did overpay. He's like, but that was one on the list that I felt I needed to have. And I was like, hey, I get it. I was like, if you were comfortable with that, dude, I'm happy for you because that's still one that has eluded me. I have my placeholder, non serial numbered version, which, if that's the only one I ever own, then so be it because I'm not willing to pay that for that card.
no.
To me, it's not worth that much.
And I'm nervous to do a deal copy of that card because I've seen somebody had a bunch of Lindstrom stuff, and he had that, and he had the mirror image atomic, and the mirror image atomic went for I think it was like 150 or 170, and then the regular atomic was right around 90, 95. And I'm like, that doesn't bode well for me and the financial constraints I'd like to somewhat live by, possibly. I'm just like, allegedly, I've got to go harvest some more kidneys.
Allegedly.
So, and I don't think with a lot of that stuff, it won't go down because, again, as the market continues to flower and blossom, that no matter who pollinates the market, you're going to get different eyes in there. Not all of them are going to be Panini Prism Silver, Optic Silver, Downtowns, or Kabooms, or whatever. They're going to be like, you know what? I used to collect, or I used to watch Gretzky. I used to watch Crosby. What's this? Well, it's a Crosby Jambalaya. Well, what's something similar? I go back and I'll look at the basketball, then I'll look at like that football set from 2000 or 99 EX, and that's somewhat similar with that lenticular motion. Or they'll look at like the Thrill Seekers or something like that and be like, man, there's a lot of this stuff out there. And then who knows when you slip and slide down those rabbit holes, what you eventually come across? Because again, I'm still slipping and sliding, and I mean, there's still stuff I know of it, but it's like I really don't check it out when you look at it. Ooh, okay.
Yep. So, Bobby, to answer your question, if I'm technically paying with somebody else's money, so to speak, then yes, that's a whole different story. When I'm talking about my own budget, I it's not worth it to me in that situation because, and I'm not a cheap ass. That's not what I'm getting at. I still have this set value in my head in certain cards that I'm willing to pay for something. And if it goes outside of that, then I don't deviate. I force myself to not deviate because I don't want to ever tell myself that Stephen, you overpaid for that. Um, so, in a situation to where yes, if I were to relinquish some things and make a few dollars, so to speak, and it was using somebody else's money, then yeah, then I could justify that, especially for something like that specific card in question. Because it is like I said, it is one that I do need. I need a legitimate copy,
Mhm.
but I'd rather do it with somebody else's money. So hopefully that answers your question. No, we are stuff and things, better half,
Yeah.
or things and stuff. We are not junk and stuff.
There's no doubt. Well, that's what made it so easy for that Rotor Mirror Platinum, which is why I wanted to sell a bunch. Because even at the price I paid for it, which I still try not to think of that price, it's the number one card. That's my Statue of Liberty card. We'll come up with all these new terms. That's the one that, again, that you cannot beat it at all. And so that's also like for football out of 96 select certified, those mirror red premium stocks. It's the same thing. Basically the same design except the red foil or the red background,
Yep.
the inlay or whatever. Those are high importance to me. And the more I keep looking, I'm just like there's a few that I want to pull the trigger on because eventually it's not going to explode. I know this. At the same time, I don't want to be, oh, I could have got this for X amount, and once again, fucking sit on the sidelines or just like dick in the hands, and I'll get it down the road. We've done that too many times, and it's you don't want to be always ahead of the curve. It'd be nice. It'd be absolutely wonderful to be ahead of the curve, but I don't want to be 6 months after the boat left port and the ship left port. I don't want to be 2 years, 3 years, and be like, oh, fuck, did I make a mistake here? And you go back and look something, it's like, okay, it's like a secondary, a third down the line PC, and I looked at this guy for a while, and like Nikolai Vucevic, I've looked at some of his stuff again, and I'm not going to be able to get the NT. I know I should have gotten that years ago. I was stingy.
So I would just like to share a message since he is watching and I am paying attention.
I'm trying to think what price that came out at. There's one the other day with Probstein had it.
Oh, we got laggage. We got laggage. What happened, Dave? There you are. You're back.
The old internet. I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah, because that was weird because I was getting ready to say something and then you just kept talking. So I didn't know if you didn't hear me or if your internet was lagging at the time. So I do want to share this since he is watching. I think this is one of the first times that we've actually had him watch real time. So Cardboard Underground, Some of us know him fairly well on Instagram. Dave, I know you talked to him. So we'll call him DC. I won't throw out his name, even though some of us know it. I know Carlos knows him as well, I believe. So he just sent a message like watching in real life. So he's watching Insert Revolution podcast as I type this. This is directed at me, but even the same, Dave, you may have gotten a message too. He's like, you're an awesome collector, Steve, and collector in all caps. The love of cards over money, non-life-changing, and the friends and memories along the way. That's the good stuff. You and Dave, A+. So appreciate that, my friend. You and I have talked a multitude of times in reference to things. There is so much more to this hobby than just the cards and the way that the market is. We talk about it many a times. If you have opportunities to take advantage of the market to fund stuff for your collection and things along those lines, there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
I did have so everybody can sit down. I've had the conversation with the wife. I am prepping cards to send in for PSA. So
sometime.
I know, but it's our money, so I got to have that conversation. There are a few clarification things I still need to get. Dave, you know what I'm talking about because we touched on it with just the two of us. But it will take place in the near future. So it's not going to be all card related opportunities. Like I've said, it's one of those in which if the money is good enough to get us close to out of debt, I'm going to take advantage of it. This is trying to plan for our future and, give us that, I don't want to call it a nest egg, but that security fund in the event that something does happen with, whatever. So it will happen. Right now I think I've set aside 12 cards, I think. And I'm kind of debating on which ones. I know, the three tops, Kobe's are going. That's a fact. I'm looking over a few of the Skybox Premium Kobe's. I'm looking over a handful of Iverson tops rookies because those have spiked a little bit though too in 9 and 10s in PSA 9s and 10 quality. I have two 0304 Bazooka Comics. One's the Kobe and one's the Carmelo. Carmelo, of course, being rookie year, just because it's rookie year, so to speak. And then Kobe, because a lot of Kobe stuff is just going crazy right now. And I do have the LeBron, but it's part of the set. I'm not breaking up the set, at least not at the moment. It's not a full set, but I have the most expensive cards for it at least. And then I stumbled across the SPX Gold of Allen Iverson too that I'm going to include. And then there's a few other ones I might throw in there, but I'm trying to limit the potential of upcharges and everything else to a certain dollar value. Because I expressed to my wife that, at a minimum, it's going to cost this. If it's upcharges for whatever reason, the most should be this. But if there's upcharges, that's a good thing.
Yep.
So I'm still kind of figuring out which ones completely I want to send.
Balancing everything out.
Yep. So yeah, at least it's a go, which is a nice thing. So, like I said, just gotta review them, look over them, kind of make sure I'm making the wise choice as far as some of the ones to send. The tops is all look clean. There's only one that is a little off centered. So the other two are damn near 50-50 centering, top to bottom, left to right. Surface looks good. Corners look good. I'm not also looking at it through a jeweler's loop either. But, it's one of those in which we're looking at it under different lights, whether they be, white light, natural light, just trying to see if maybe something picks up a little bit different, I guess. But those three are a definite for sure going, because that would be the bulk of good return, so to speak. Even on an 8, that card has fluctuated so much over the last 30 days. I mean, and I know this may shock some people, it may not others, but there were a few instances in mid-February, I think. Don't hold me to this because I've been watching this card quite a bit just to see, but there were raw copies that were selling for over $1,000. Good centered, what I would consider quality copies, were selling for over $1,000. PSA 8s were in the same ballpark. 9s weren't doing much higher than that, which is interesting to me. But the PSA 10s have fluctuated between like $6,000 and $8,000, I think.
That's PMG green money.
Yeah, if I could ever find one. But remember what the priority is first. So only part of those windfalls would go towards cards.
The PMG red?
If one, that would be at the top of my list if I could actually snag it. That would be one of those serious conversations with 90s Berry Collector to see. Yes. And if not that one, if that was one that, he wouldn't just want to move, then, we'd talk, 98. Because he's got the 98 too.
I think, and again, we've said it before, you don't want to feel entitled to things because that's just the wrong way to go about it. But you'd hope that at least that conversation could gain some momentum. Be like, well, I don't want to get rid of it. If you said I don't feel comfortable, and be like, okay, that you're pretty much pumping the brakes there. But if he said, well, I really don't want to get rid of it, but at the same time, I could use money for X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case may be for Sanders, because again, I don't know what he doesn't have, but I'm sure there's got to be at least 2 or 3 that he doesn't.
We'll see, and that's the thing. The Terrell Davis. Oh, and then there's this guy.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Bob?
I've been listening. Finish your thought for sure.
So he calls them his trade for Barry pile.
Mm-hmm.
And, although I collected a lot in the 90s, I mean, there is not a rare Barry Sanders that I have that would even come close to sniffing, that even as an opportunity, which is fine. But at the same time, if it is a quote unquote trade for rare Barry, a substantial amount of money can help that though too.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mike. Some of the stuff he posts in, if I would have known better, or if I would have been using My head.
Ah,
Yes, I know, Bob. Ha ha ha. Funny, funny. I would have picked up a lot of those years ago.
Mhm.
you know what I would
Years
have
ago.
picked up? A lot of PSA 10 Topps Chrome LeBron James. $30,000 card. 31, 32, 33. It's just like one repeated sale after another. It's
Which
crazy.
is, yes, which is absolutely nuts. But Tops is a cheap alternative if you want to pay 10 grand.
Yeah, I think I missed the investment boat on that one.
I think a lot of us did. Uh, I can at least say back in 03, 04,
Yeah.
I I bought my finest redemption. And hell, I think freaking the redemptions are selling for stupid money, and you can't even redeem it.
Yeah, I believe it.
I have to go
I don't.
back and check, but I think I stumbled across one. I'm like, somebody paid how much for what? It's the damn redemption card. It's worthless,
Apparently not.
right?
Everything has value these days.
It seems that way, Bob. You're absolutely correct. But I was looking at SPX. I was looking at some of those auto rookies, serial numbered. I was married to my first wife at the time, so my funds were even more limited then because she had a very low paying job and I was paying for almost everything pretty much.
Yeah.
And the only one I was able to acquire was the finest redemption. And it still wasn't cheap.
Yeah, the only one I got is the one that came in that little set, like Upper Deck rookie exclusives.
Mhm.
Yep.
And I had two of them actually. I sold one raw for like $100 last year, and I kept the nicer of the two, and I sent it off to get graded. So, in a nine, it's still a $650 card, you know.
Yep.
And it's and
I
it's like the lowest of low end. That'd be like the like what's the Brady that it's like the dual card with him and Giovanni Carmazzi. Like it'd be
Flare
like at
Platinum.
that.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the Skybox Dominion or whatever it
yeah,
is.
something like that. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there a lower end Brady? Maybe the I don't know.
That's
I
a
don't-
clear tradition with Dave Stowski or whatever that tight
Oh,
end.
right, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that would be another one. Yep.
Um, but I mean, those aren't in the thousands. I think for a 10. I don't think. And
No, I
this
don't
is
believe
like that LeBron in a 10 is 2,500, and that's like the lowest of low ends, you know. So
The the
I
UD
don't understand
exclusives one.
that Upper Deck rookie exclusives. Yeah, and a 10 is 2,500, 2,400.
I may have to pull that one out of my set that I have.
I don't, man. If so, Upper Deck and gloss and like I don't know, man. Maybe it's better to be sold as the set. If you pull it out, you might get some snowing if they're stuck. Now he's the first. Is he the first card in the set? So he might even be right on top. I don't know how they do that. I don't remember ever opening them. I just remember like all the. It was kind of typical for my dad. He would get stuff and then just stick it in random boxes in the card room, and I'd eventually come across it at some point.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that seems so common nowadays. It is. It's like
Yeah, for certain cards, yeah.
it's not do you have a comma card? It's how many comma cards do you have? You know, and that's not for me. I'm just saying. It seems like there's just so much money floating around now. It's kind of it feels a little top heavy.
or even that, or how many commas does your card have? It's like, oh, this card has 3 commas. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
really?
I went. So here's an if I may bring up something to talk about. Um,
No, Bob, it's not allowed.
right. So my dad had he was talk I asked him we're I don't know talking about like the GameStop thing,
Mhm.
and then and then I heard like the Bitcoin thing, how I forget who was talking about. Oh, somebody like divorced their husband because he was spending too much money on Bitcoin when it was like $100 or 150 or whatever. Now they're like 50 grand a pop. So it was just one of those things. And I just was talking to my dad about it. He's like, yeah, I know. I've heard about it then, but just was too nervous to get it, whatever. So, but my point is he is telling me that he has like a, an, a certain amount of dollars, we'll just say between 5 and 10 grand, that, he's old, he's retired, he's got money, I don't know.
Mhm.
So, that he's saying just to kind of like play with or whatever,
Mhm.
because he's like, I said, Dave, if you're looking for investment, I mean, in a market that's booming, you're already a part of one. So why wouldn't we look at like certain cards to maybe buy with the sole intention of selling them at a later date for
Mhm.
more money? Okay, let's put that out. Like, so I don't want I I'm having trouble like reframing the way I'm trying to think of like I don't want to get something that's so cool and awesome that I'm not gonna want to get rid of it. But I don't know how to buy cards because I just buy packs of cards, and whatever I get in those packs, those are the cards that I have in my collection.
Mhm.
That's how it's always been. Now that's, there's always exceptions, but so my brain goes to like, okay, what are big cards that are holes in my collection? Like I don't have a Sidney Crosby rookie. Oh, what's a Young Guns PSA 10 going for? Well, that's right about 5 grand.
Mhm.
Um, seems like Crosby is now, nobody's talking about him as much. People are talking about McDavid and
Mhm.
McKinnon, like all these other guys that are coming up. And, not that people are sleeping on him, but I mean, I feel like, love him or hate him, he's been he's a generational talent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but my dad doesn't know, like, he's like hockey markets. He watches like these videos of like the the collector, investor, dealer guy, and like how he'll kind of do a breakdown of like the recent auction sales and like big ticket. And he's like, everyone I see has like jerseys and autographed and is numbered on. I'm like, well, yeah, those are expensive for a reason.
Yeah.
So then that puts us down into like maybe an autographed rookie card of somebody, or like maybe, a low numbered parallel of. So do you get 10 $1,000 cards? Do you get four $2,500 cards? Do you buy one big card? What are your initial thoughts on that sort of you know
That's a tough call, Bob. Just because although the market is still crazy, and it's still going to be crazy for a while. I mean, look, baseball season's picking up, so you're probably going to start seeing some uptick in some baseball related stars. Some of that's going to be timing, as far as kind of what you're looking at. If you want to go football, now would be the time to do it because it's the off season. The only difference is outside of Brady, it does it in Rice. And I don't know how long you've been around, but we were talking about Rice earlier and how his stuff is just like skyrocketed in certain situations.
crazy?
Outside of those two guys, it may be a crapshoot.
Yeah, I mean, I look, Josh Allen's PSA 10 silver prisms are 7 grand. They're as much as a raw Sidney Crosby Future Watch autograph rookie. So, ah, that like a sure first ballot Hall of Famer, generational talent versus like a guy who had a good year.
Right.
Uh, I don't know, it's just crazy to me.
See, and that's why it's like I wish I could give you some sort of advice, honestly.
Well,
But
okay,
and
let
I
me
know you're
let
not
me
I know you're not looking for advice, but
No, I am. I'm looking for suggestions. I'm looking for alternate ways to sort of think about it. You know, I I'm more along the lines of I'd rather get somebody that I is a surefire thing. You know what I mean? Like instead of just like young hot talent that could blow a knee out or
Mm.
whatever. Fill in the unexpected like career ending whatever. Um, I mean, there were a lot of guys that had 2, 3, 4 years of like just awesome, like very noticeable, and then maybe not fell off a cliff, but just hit a wall and never really.
Right.
So I don't know. Um,
Well, it also depends on what sports you want to look at because I'll be
so I,
honest with you, basketball is going to be where you're probably going to see the biggest return. I think.
you'd almost have to like get in on somebody before, like a Tyler Hero, before he goes to the NBA Finals or something. So, and I just don't have the time to like research all these rookies and who might be a talent, who might be something, and I don't have time to watch or the patience or anything that would go to like what seeking out investment videos and watching like
Right.
who should I buy low candidate videos. Uh, but I did.
Sorry, I was
So
laughing at Paul's comment. Sorry, Bob.
yeah, right. Alan against Reg. Okay, that's solid advice for sure. Um, Paul always coming through.
Yep. And
So I looked up a 1951 Bowman Willie Mays rookie that in a PSA 2 sold for just a hair under 10 grand. Because I'm thinking, like, I'll be fully transparent. First thing I did was, well, one of the things I did was, who are the oldest living Hall of Famers in baseball?
Mhm.
And yeah, so the Willie Mays, Sandy Koufax, Carl Yastrzemski stood out for me on that list.
Mhm.
Um,
that's not a bad path to take. Vintage
a,
is
Co-
going to
a,
continue to
a
appreciate.
Koufax rookie, and a six sold for like 6 grand recently. I know these are rough figures, but around that, it
That
falls within in the parameters of.
Right.
that seems cheap.
I
It
was going
seems
to
cheap.
say the same thing.
Did you see? Oh wait, that was. Speaking of selling cheap, that was Carlos the other night. That Bobby Orr rookie, that was like a pristine, sold
Yeah,
for
the
like 600,000. Not even $1 million for the
sheet cut.
it's crazy.
Yeah, there's some debate there. Again, it's not notated, but at the same time, there's enough rumors out there that was cut from a sheet instead of like a
Opened in a
pack.
pack.
Yep.
So
Interesting.
that's sort of where that, because if it was a pack pulled, fuck, I'd say 1.5 million. Base.
Well, and that's why the conversation came up though too. If the PSA 9, there's only one. There is no 10.
Yeah,
If the PSA 9 were to come out for auction, you'd probably see over $1 million.
hmm
Uh,
Oh, 225,000. That's why I don't know where I got 600 grand. I was way off.
so and that's because there's no full disclosure. You send something into PSA and it's altered, they will slab it. They're not going to give it a grade,
yeah,
but it'll come back as authentic altered. So something has been done to the card, but the card is real.
Yeah.
BVG doesn't put that disclosure on there. And like I said, it's speculation. Bobby, I know, has like a ton of information related to that card specific, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jeremy does too.
That guy
So
has information on just about everything.
yes, so everybody's consensus is everybody's like 99% sure that card was sheet cut.
Hmm.
just
So
following like who owned
So
it
why?
before and
It's still the card though, right? It's not like I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking the question. I understand pulling it out of the pack. Like how much more that would be in that condition, how much like more prestigious that would be. But somebody had to keep that sheet nice and clean too. I don't know. Like seems like I guess it could be seen as like it's cheating.
Yeah, it's like a stigma to it, you know. If it was notated as such, you know, there's
From sheet
wait
or like from sheet.
all sheet cut,
Yeah.
call it. You don't want to call it altered because it's not altered technically.
Dude,
But if
could
there
you
was
imagine
some
the
sort
guy
of
had to-
connotation,
You think he did it
I-
with scissors? Did he cut it out?
probably not.
Laser cut.
He
Yeah.
got a
Yep.
little pair of scissors and using it right-handed.
Those plastic rounded tipped ones, you know.
The kid scissors.
They couldn't find the kitchen scissors, so he went into his kid's school bag and got them. I'm still finding these at my local McDonald's. We haven't pulled a $10,000 Pokemon yet, though. Pikachu. Damn it.
Keep trying, Bob. Keep trying.
That's
I
right.
think I found out what time, if I'm down there in Virginia, what time the cards come into the Target. I thought I saw him about a month ago. I messaged Eric and I said, "Hey, I found some update and I found Artifacts Hockey. It looked like it was just fully stocked." He's like, "You hit gold." I'm like, "Well, I know that," but I'm like, I've already got. I think I still have the update mega box sitting."
From Christmas.
Yes, from Christmas. Which again, how I'm not patient with opening packs, or how I'm patient with opening packs and how I'm not with like overprice paying on some stupid Josh Johnson card. I'll never understand. But the gourmet guy picked up 2 blasters of 2021 tops. So Naomi and I have got that video queued up, and we did the what's going on, Mason? And we did the blaster Vinny, and Cece got us the package. So we got a couple videos of that. But he had said today, he's like, I was there when the chick at Target came out with the cart of all the cards. He's like, "Can I just pull a couple off?" And that's all I want. He's like, "No, you gotta wait in line or whatever." And he's like, "Okay, we're the second person in line." A guy and his girlfriend like just would they snagged a bunch of stuff. But then the guys behind, there's like 2 or 3 guys, they like were on their phones right away. Within like 5 minutes, there was like 25, 30 people behind them.
Whoa.
And I'm just like, I don't even know it. And I know it's the same stupid people I've ran into for the card circuit for years in like Virginia and Duluth, which is nearest to me. And these people have been trashed for that whole time. And it just, I love going to the shows and seeing the stuff marked up, and I'm like, you know what? Nope. You're not ever gonna get my money. You're not gonna get $30. You're not gonna get $40 for a blaster. It'll never happen because I'm
Until
not
that's
gonna.
what Target charges.
Well, yeah. If Target charged 40, I'm like, okay, a mega box, I'll buy it for 40, but I'm not gonna buy it for 60.
Yeah.
And help you out and help feed the stupidity of this hobby. I'm not gonna do that as much as I want to.
So I was at work. I worked across the street from the Target, and my mailman calls me at like 2:40. He's like, "Hey, I was just at Target. I saw the guy wheeling the cart to the card aisle, right?" He's like, "There's already 5 guys here, though." I said, "Okay." So clearly, they had to be in the store, or like somebody
They know
somebody
people.
called them, because I heard the guy. Because this is the first time I've witnessed any of this, so I freaking jump in my van, run over there, and I'm literally across the street, so it didn't take me but like 60 seconds, literally. So I wander over there. There's like 4 guys, and one sort of guy like way down the end. He's kind of just looking for Pokemon, you know. And so I just fall in line. I'm not. I don't say anything. Everybody sort of looks like they're pacing. They're just watching this guy unpack who's going real slow, like real slow
On purpose.
on purpose. Here's a Yu-Gi-Oh box. Here's a Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, like just milking it for sure. Then he got to the third box and he starts pulling out Donruss Optic football. And I was like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna get any of that. Do you know what I mean?
Remember, though, Target has a limit of 3. That is a company policy now, or it's
So
supposed to be.
when did that happen?
Recently, it's supposed to be
So
a store mandate.
so my Target half hour or 20 minutes this way has a 3 thing mandate. You can only get 3 of anything. The Target across the street from my work, they're interpreting it so far as you can get 3 megas, 3 blasters, 3 hanger
See,
boxes.
and that was going to be my question: is what's the
So,
interpretation of said
well,
policy?
I was used to the first one where you can only get 3 of each,
3.
right? So when he started bringing the the Donruss Optic out, he had already set out some Series 1, which is really what I was going for because that's the only thing I thought I could get. And so I had 2 of those in my hand, and I was just waiting to see whatever, maybe I got a hoops or something, and with that third one, and then the guy's like, no, you can get 3 of each kind. I was like, because I was like, well, I want to put this back. I want to put these baseball back if there's Donruss Optic football. He's like, no, you can get 3 of each kind. So I did that. I ended up getting a mega, a blaster, and 2 hangers of Donruss Optic football, and I
Nice.
enjoyed it very much. The guy there offered to buy my mega for $100 on the site. I was like, dude, I opened these are how I get cards for my hobby, man. I open these. It's like I'm not selling. Oh no, I'm not selling it either. I like to open it.
BS. You're full of crap.
So in that box, let's see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carlos, exactly 3 of something ish. Yep. And that's why it's like, they're going to have to clarify what the policy is because it's technically open for interpretation.
So it's either 3 of each SKU or 3 total under this umbrella, or so I'm hoping Saturday to be down there and something before all these charlatans come with their pitchforks, knives, and Happy Meals, because the McDonald's is right across the parking lot. So,
well, and that's I've been, I do know a kid at my local Walgreens who went to school with my stepson, and Tua
Hollow,
nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
So
Congrats, Bob.
That was in the mega. It's not a 10, but because it's like got a, I don't know how to describe it, but like the lines on the card are just like, it's like they don't match up. It's like the print, like the stamp is just the colors don't fit within them, but it's still a pretty sharp looking card. That's a shame, but yeah,
still a nice pull.
I think this costs like $300 to get graded now, so we'll have to wait until it's not ultra modern.
Right, but the kid at Walgreens, I told him, I was like, look, I know you guys don't stock them very often. It's not at the top of your priority list. I don't know how often you get shipments in. They use the same company as like Walmart does. Whatever Holdings. I can't think of what the damn name of it is.
I know, Jay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's something Holdings. It's 2 letters.
2 letters. Yep.
HG,
is it HG Holding or something like that?
And I don't remember. It'll come to me at some point, probably after we finish the podcast. But that's beside the point. But I was just like, look, baseball, basketball, football, it doesn't matter if you have. Let me know. I was like, I'm not a flipper. I'm not here to sell them. I just want something to open.
That's it.
I got lucky. I stumbled across two contenders draft picks of basketball.
Nice.
Didn't do horrendous. I'm not a big
It's
basketball guy, but I still it was nice. It was fun to open. JM Holdings. There you go. Thank you, Mason.
JM.
Uh,
I was way off again.
I pulled a Zion second year green. Not horrible. Not worth a crap ton of money, but still thought it was kind of cool.
Okay. Second year
And
green, you said.
the green parallel. Yeah.
Nice.
The retail exclusive, at least in the hanger packs, is the green parallel. And then he texted me during our snowstorm. And yes, I walked my ass up in the freezing cold weather in the snow to get my 2 packs of contenders, 2020 contenders, retail. I didn't. Bob's being called. Didn't get a damn thing, really worth a crap. But that's not the point. I had a chance to open something, so it was enjoyable.
You got the auto, didn't you?
Well, that was the pack I happened to stumble across the other day. There was only 1 pack on there, and I was like, well, might as well. And I did pull an auto. Not anybody worth a damn, but it was it's a parallel autograph. It's not numbered or anything. But it's. I at least know he's looking out for me, and he'll let me know if he stumbles across. The 2 packs that I walked up in the snow for, he found in the back. So it's like he's consciously thinking about it, which is cool. Now, it would be nice if they got a shipment in and it was, one of the boxes that they come in, because they come in like sealed boxes with X number of packs. Let me know when you get one of those. I'll buy the whole fucking thing. Mm-hmm. And I'll call it a day. But, I've said it before. There's times in which I have my wife just pick me up the new release of Magic the Gathering from time to time just so I have something to open. And what's sad, and I still can't believe I'm sitting on, I still have the 2020 score and the 2020 Donruss from VNC sitting on my kitchen table. Because I want to open it on video. I don't want to just open it and post the highlights. I want to open it on video. And I just haven't done it yet. But I'm still sitting on those from that package. Still. So.
I don't know if people even know, too, in Walmart. I've seen Pokemon down, like, toy aisles, like they have in Target, where I know I've seen, like, the hanger area for all the stuff, and then the same note that you see up front. Walmart, it was just, there's, like, a whole stack of, and I don't know, it's not the bigger starter decks or whatever, and maybe a booster, I don't know. It's sort of like the old thing where you got, like, the cool card on the outside, but then you got a shitload of, like, commons, like 30 commons or whatever. I've seen those, and I'm like, why aren't people over here if their fucking Pokemon stuff is... Again, I know not all of it is going sky high, but at the same time, I'm like, people are jonesing for Pokemon, and it's right there.
Hey, I figured out
I haven't seen anything in Walmart in months.
There's dust. There's dust in the clearance boxes of my Walmart.
I've seen Panini stickers, and that's it. I'm like, I'm not buying stickers. I'd rather buy Pogs.
Oh, I don't have them with me. My dad bought a pack of soccer game cards today because he's jonesing so bad.
Have y'all gotten through all the wax though that he picked up previously?
Coming over tomorrow, as it happens. We just figured we probably won't open. I doubt. I don't know. I think so. We're gonna, when the Dominguez comes back from PSA, we'll sell it at some point, and that'll cover what he paid for those boxes. So he was thinking, well, since we had 3 jumbo boxes and we got the Dominguez out of the second one, so I have a third box of 2020 jumbo, which who knows? Like I'm talking about Dominguez, but 5 years from now, he could be nobody, and 3 other players could be the guy, right? We all know how Bowman works. Um, but here's the thing, like we don't sell unopened wax, so we never have. So what's the point of like leaving that box sealed for 5 or 10 years to see who's the good stuff and then open it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's so
and
hard when you're talking Bowman. That is so hard on whether or not you open it or
yeah.
you sit on it because anything can happen in either one of those situations.
Well, I think so. If I had, if I had a 2009 Bowman Chrome box with like Trout in it, right? It's called Ball
Bombing,
Yeah. Remember, I
Ballmean.
can pronounce Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, the Bowman. Yeah, Bowman. That's what it's called.
Oh man.
Yes, Bowmean. And she definitely knows how to pronounce it.
or
Um,
Goudet is what Bobby was telling us Sunday. It's not
Goudet.
Goudy, it's Goudet.
Have you heard the Dunruss? Like Dunruss? I don't know. That seems to be one I hear a lot too. That
I've heard it called that. I think that's a regional thing, though. I don't think
yeah,
that it's. And I could be wrong. I'm just that's a speculation because I've heard it called both. I've always called it Don Russ.
yeah,
I've heard people call it Don Russ.
Dunruss, Dunruss. It's just like yeah, whatever. Who cares, right?
We know what it is.
Right, right. We know what they're talking about. But if I had, if I would think if somebody had a sealed hobby box that the Mike Trout was in or some big name,
Mhm.
you'd probably sell that like at this point. You know what I mean? Um,
Well, yeah, because your chances of pulling said card, I mean, it is a
right,
percentage risk.
right. So I don't know. We like to open packs, so that'll probably just be like, and maybe we'll do something where we open a little bit of it and then we open more at another time, stretch it out a little bit because you do get 3 autographs in there. So um I don't know. Yes, but the answer to the question of who to invest in is anybody, because everything goes up tomorrow when you buy today.
Well, as of late,
That's
that's
true,
that's
Paul.
valid.
My dad still busts my chops for like there's a pitcher for the Pirates in the '70s. His name's Dave Justy. Now I know his name's Justy, but it's like spelled like Guist. Yeah, it's like, and I always like was like Goosty. And yeah, so whatever. It's not that, you know who I'm talking about, right?
No, because I don't follow the Pirates, Bob.
Yeah, good for you, because it's tough.
I
It is.
for my investing tip for you, and it's gonna sound so mundane and just typical because everything's at such a stupid number right now. I'd sort of wait, and I mean not months and months, obviously, but don't jump on the first price. Don't jump on the first card. You're like, oh, that's a great deal.
Yeah.
Unless it's somebody offering you something that's like under comps, and you're again, here's a PSA 9 whatever for 1,800. The last 6 of them went for like 22 plus. It's like okay, unless
So,
there's some sort of hidden court record we haven't seen yet, or some sort of Boy
yeah.
Scout that was never mentioned. Okay, well that's a doable price. You're saving the 400 off the comps or whatnot, but
Excuse
I
me.
think it's got to be on a card by card basis. To tell you the truth, I mean you don't want to just jump in feet first blindfolded because You get
So
to
it'll I could see it going like something like this where um that's my tip as well. Unless they're named Roberto. Uh
really
it will, yeah. See
at
that
some point.
that so like that's okay, well that's another thing. But like I still need a Willie Stargell rookie, but like that's the card that I need and would keep, you know. So and I think that'll be a card that I would purchase with said proceeds from these sales. Um I
So,
was
Bob, you have a question. You have a question on the screen, though. By the way.
oh, did you just dude, did I ever, man? I started doing the math. I got mine in on Friday, so I'm good. And
In
so
transit.
yeah, that brings up another funny story that I can tell right after this one, if you guys will permit me. But
Of course, we
uh,
will, Bob.
yeah, so I started doing the math on that. I had a 148 card modern card order. I think the modern cards were $12, and now they're $20. So that's 8 times 148 that I saved just
You,
on that sale alone. But I sent the Jordan rookie in. That was like 300 or 400 as opposed to um like I think it's like 6 or 800 now dollars just to get it graded. So yeah, I saved the dude a few $1,000 by getting it in there. And so crazy to think like that, man. But now, you know, he had to drive me over to work, and he had a few packs of Top Series 1, and I'm like, we got was a one of the rookies. I can't. Ryan Mountcastle, and it looked pretty good. But I'm like, do you want to spend $25 to send this to PSA to get it graded? Now it just makes you're forced to really like uh, consider that even more. But my funny story was, so Friday, um, I have it all packed up and ready to go. Right?
Hmm.
Should I be looking at my phone right now? Am I missing something?
no.
Not
Because
thinking.
oh, all right. Not that I needed you guys to like pay attention to me. It just looked funny when I looked up and you guys were both looking down and
No,
looking down.
I was responding to a message, Bob. So
Okay,
Dave,
sweet.
FYI, be looking for somebody else to pop in.
Nice. He got the trout on that one too, which is cool.
Okay.
Um, but I go in there, I got my box. It's taped up with the label. I know I did a little bit of just internet research, and it said for high dollar stuff, you should send it registered mail. Okay, no problem. So I go in there and I look up actually.
What's up, Joey?
So I mean, I've got a Jordan rookie in there. I've got two Jordan rookie stickers in there, and just like pretty much every good card that I've had in the last, you know, for a while, right?
Hmm.
So and we'll say so I looked up on Google driving there, what's the most that you can insure registered mail for? And the number that Google said was 50 grand. So I said, I don't know if we have 50 grand here, but like it's probably close, you know, considering. And then he's like, okay, well, that's what we'll make it, you know. He's like, I wish we could inflate it a little bit to 100 grand. I'm like, well, whatever.
Huh.
But I go in there to the mail lady, right? And because mine, like all my values are already like part of the order. Like I can't change it for PSA for what they're gonna send me back. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
at least if we get screwed on the way to it, we'll be covered to some extent. But so I put it down. I say registered mail, and she's like, "Oh, like it's almost like dang," because it's involved process, and like it's
Hmm.
not just like I'm gonna type it in and on to the next person. She's
Hmm.
like, "Yeah, I did one of these like a month ago. I think I remember how to do it." And all right, so like immediately I'm nervous, you know, like you think you know how to do this, and I have like I'm literally like my stomach is all butterflied, and I'm like feeling like lightheaded because every good card essentially aside from Brady is in my hand right now being like sent off in the mail. so so she asked me, what is the value of your package? And I said, well, I would like to insure it for the full amount. I whisper across the counter. I don't know, like I got an audience by this point. Had a question mark on her face, like she didn't know. Gary Scott is calling me. Bing Scott. I'll call you back, Gary. Oh shoot, hold on one second. God damn it. Hold on one second.
I hate cliffhangers.
I wanted to hear the rest of the story, damn it. Carlos, let us know when you get here so I can let Dave know, because sometimes it's hard for him to read the private chat.
No, with that, if you got like 10 grand to spend, it's gonna be such a tough road to navigate. You don't know if you want to spend that 10 grand on something, because again, that's proverbial, the eggs in one basket, depending on what you choose.
Good evening.
There he be. What's going on, Carlos?
Not too much. How's it going, guys?
Doing well, doing well.
I figured since Bob's on, it was only a matter of time before something happened. And then, like, perfect timing. I had already grabbed my other beer, and I was like, right on cue. I was like, his timing is impeccable. It's actually very impressive.
Yeah, the only issue is now we're left with not hearing the rest of the story right now.
Well, it is Bob, so, he gets a little confused sometimes. I don't think he knows how to spell his own name, so, like, he's got some issues. He's got some things to work through. He might not actually know the end of the story, Steve. He might be working out the end of the story. This was a clever ruse on his part.
Always a possibility. Always a possibility.
I'm just throwing a theory out there. That's what I do. I just throw out a theory.
Yes, you're good at that.
Listen, man. There's so many things in the hobby we don't know the real answer to. All we can do is throw out theories. It's like we're guessing. That's why the little talk at the beginning about the whole market thing is. That's what I said with the Jerry Rice thing. GOAT level players right now are getting a lot of play. Why not Barry Sanders? Was like, well, Barry Sanders is a candidate. He is, but I guess for some people maybe it is, maybe he isn't, right? So, and Cryptograph, he still needs to be impeached. This man cannot be trusted. You know what? Maybe we impeach him and then he gets himself back in, and then we play this game.
He'll get in under the Bob Lewis name instead of Bob Lewis.
Exactly.
It'll sort of be like, I don't even know what you could do for, like, okay, The Rock. Would he go in for the Hall of Fame as Rocky Maivia and also The Rock? And then maybe as The Rock and Sock Connection. I mean,
well, if we use the WWE Hall of Fame, which is like the standard bearer of Hall of Fames that I like to use, that's the bar that I like to use. You can be inducted multiple times.
Yep.
Under different, under different categories or pseudonyms. Like Scott Hall was Razor Ramon, and then he could be NWO and like a lot of different things, right? Theoretically. Mm-hmm. So you've got that. And then the best candidate is Stove, because every one of his personas could be in. Stove collector, investor, real estate magnate, crypto trader, like all of them. I don't even know if the last two are real things, but I made them up, so maybe they are.
They could have been in the last minute.
Listen, I would listen to Stove crypto trader. The other two maybe not so much, but crypto trader, yes. And we know there are people somewhere out there who are passionate about crypto. They might be in the chat.
Maybe, perhaps, allegedly.
Allegedly, correct, yes.
Of course, so then what you're saying, then technically, if I ever got nominated, I could go in under Bronco 79.
Yes.
A Hockey Oracle.
Without a doubt.
Foul-mouthed.
Yes.
Rough around the edges. Was that the other one that I've been called?
Yeah. Well, we could keep making up monikers for you. You could get it like 14 or 15 times. Like, it doesn't really matter.
So then I'll hold a record for the most number of entries into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. But I think for your first year, you might lose out only because all of your different versions might get individual votes and split the votes on yourself. That can be problematic. It's like you actually had enough votes. Unfortunately, after a while, it's like, hat guy? Texas hat guy? What? Foul mouth Texas hat guy? Why are there so many versions of the same thing? That's weird.
Or all the versions can get in the 1 year.
Could you imagine to have Mike literally just read out all of Steve's versions? It's like Carlos, why are you voting? It's like, I need to vote for all of Steve's monikers. I need to use all my slots.
So the entries into the 2021 Hall of Fame are one person.
Well, different personas. Dave knows it's like the Three Faces of Foley. He was in the Royal Rumble 3 different times, technically.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, Foley would be another perfect Mankind, Mick Foley, Dude Love.
I got you, Dave. Don't worry, I got you. I was just I figured I was in rare form in my zingers, so I figured I would come on and deliver them directly.
Do you got any zingers left over for me?
Bob, literally, my zingers are designed explicitly. I brought my second beer strictly. I was like, wait, Bob Lewis is here. Hold on. I need to go get my second beer first, and then I push the button.
I get a game up first. That's right.
Get the Greater Toronto Area phone book from like the year 2000. Here was my zinger book, specifically for you, Robert.
Well, I don't think I've ever mentioned this to you. There was one comment, like out of all, I never really get offended by the comments. There are people who can annoy me, like Buddy the other day finally like irritated me. I was like, okay, look, if you're just gonna be here to be annoying, this isn't a democracy. I'll boot you. It's all good. Like I'll boot you. I don't care. If you're entertaining, if you're gonna be a troll, at least be entertaining. An entertaining troll, I can work with that. I can play off that. But if
be clever in your like your witty remarks or
correct.
Witty
I appreciate a good clever trolling. Of all people, I would appreciate a good clever trolling. Like, come on. But if you got nothing for me, then forget it. But the one comment in one of Jeremy's chats, somebody literally goes, "It's like, oh, where does Carlos write this?" I'm like, "Sir, I take offense to the notion that I write my material. This shit is on the fly. That is how it's done. We take pride in our work. We do not write material. How dare you?"
There's no script.
You can't script this crap. I got to play off whatever nonsense you people say. I can't script that in advance.
One of his recent shows, and again, you've said this to him before.
Mm-hmm.
He still hasn't listened.
That's normal, yes.
This goes without saying, but this specifically, pre-read the comment before you put it up on the screen.
Don't read it. Like, literally, you have to.
It's like right here. Do you fart? And I'm just like.
But it was like, I still don't understand how he has been doing this now for like 80 or between the two different versions, like 100 shows now. He's been doing this for 100 shows. And he still doesn't realize, like, if you just read whatever people write, some of them will write some shit that they just want you to say out loud.
Yeah.
I had buddies in high school that were like this, that were basically like, they couldn't do two things at once. So they would type whatever someone around them was saying. So I, being the caring, compassionate soul that I am, would walk by and start saying a bunch of shit that would end up on their page. And they would be like, wait, no! Not my fault, you moron.
You're the guy that when somebody's counting, you're like 7, 12, 10. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would do it like sporadically. I would do like one or two and then walk away and then come back a little later. I got to wait until the perfect moment to disrupt the flow.
That's right.
There's a time and a place, Bob. There's a time and a place.
Yes. Proper disorder takes time and patience. And yes, I get it.
I am a connoisseur of good trolling, my friend. That is the reason why I welcome proper trolling. But lazy trolling, I will not abide by. Lazy trolling, I will not abide by.
So I was contemplating
trolling
a while ago.
No, you finish your story first.
Go ahead.
Yes, finish your story.
Who,
You.
Me? Oh, all right, me, right. Yes. So okay, so this young lady began to not quite hyperventilate, but it was sort of like a I forgot. Well, okay, so I told her.
You leaned over the counter and whispered,
I would like to insure it for the full amount, please. And she had no idea what that was. So, which Google told me it was 50 grand. And she was asking actually, what is the value of the product? And I said, well, I remembered what my dad said to inflate it, so I told her 100 grand. Right? If they lose it, I'm doing all right. And she really was like, it, if like a facial expression in and of itself could capture like this, that was pretty much what I got from her.
Well, when you had this
And
conversation, just a quick question. At what
yes,
level of homeless did you look like when you were there? On a scale of like homelessness, there's like a homeless scale. Like where did you fall?
about as homeless as this, like hoodie.
So
And
so like
mind you,
she should have been giving you change. Is what should have been happening during this
so
process.
when I'd be willing to bet at this post office in Homestead, PA, nothing has ever been insured for over $100.
The state
So,
cannot be insured for $100,000.
right. So, so when I said that, she was like, "Okay, all right." Like I can just hear her saying, "I can do this. I can do this. I can do this." And
Psyching yourself up in front of you,
so,
really.
and here I am thinking like, this lady, this young
I'm
lady
screwed.
has no idea.
Who the fuck you are?
Right,
That's right.
And do you know YouTube? Have you heard of it? Do you know the Hall
Do you
of
know I'm
Fame?
a Hall of Famer,
Have
bitch?
you heard
What's
of
wrong
the
with
Hall
you?
of Fame? Have you combined those together? That's what you got. So she immediately starts like kind of doing one of these, like, where, you know, "Hey, Chris, where's Dom? You seen Dom? I need Dominic. Where is she?" So Dominic finally comes out. Dominic gives a little bit of reassurance, but she's still saying, "I would call Susan." And I'm like, "Yes, let's call Susan." She's like, "Yeah, I just want to double check." I'm like, "You can quadruple check if you need to. No problem. I've got time." So Susan comes out. Susan is in a suit. Susan is not just the boss. She's like the boss in the back, you know? And she comes out and sees the box and just says, "Stop.
So one of the Bobs.
Stop what you're doing." Apparently, like, registered mail has to have like special tape on it, and you can't have clear tape because it's got to be able to be stamped and all. So 20 minutes there, she deconstructed my pack job and then reconstructed it to make it look like a registered mail. And I felt very confident once Susan came out, and she said she's an untrained professional, but this package is going to get to California. I said, "I have all the faith in the world in you. I do." Believe me.
So do you want me to unbox the box I just got in? Just that came from just randomly. It was weird. I got a knock on the door. Do you want me to like unbox my box? I hear there's some valuable stuff in it.
Does it feel like there's 236 like like card savers in there?
I can't say. I have to check. I'll have to take a
Yeah.
look. There's probably nothing of value in there, but it was weird. It just knocked on my door and just came over. It was bizarre. Just gets
If
routed
it
straight
has
to me.
a
It's weird.
return address of Willard Avenue, let me know.
I'll give you a heads up. Don't worry.
Yes. So off it went. $240 later, I told my dad driving up, I was like, "Can I put this on your credit card to pay for this mail?" So, having the idea that it was going to be more than, the 51-cent stamp that I usually use.
So here's the question. Do they actually notate the declared value but only insure it for 50 grand? Or did they actually insure it for 100 grand?
It's a great question. I should probably know that answer.
Bob, I think you should.
Otherwise,
what?
it will be routed to me, and I will get that. I'll be able to. Guys, great unboxing. It's like a random act of kindness, but not. It wasn't random. It was planned.
So I think I might have it here. Here it is.
Because declared value I get is one thing, and certain carriers only allow a
How
maximum
official
of
this is. I got a stamp on here. It's like,
Now make
it
sure the
says-
currency is correct. 100,000 yen is not the same thing. Just so we're clear,
Yes, it says 100. Yeah, right.
it's not the same.
It's only
Just
like a few $100. Yeah.
100,000 yen is $100.
Yeah, right. So, well, it just makes me think of that Seinfeld episode, like 100,000. So that's what it says. Customer must declare full value. It doesn't say insurance. So maybe when I use insurance, it went to insurance instead of a declared value. It seems to be some difference there. Hey, Steve, did you get your tracking? I can get rid of this number right here.
Yeah, I got the package. I told you that. I sent you the picture.
I was joking.
Yes, for those who are curious, I made a purchase from Bob, but I'm not going to share what I purchased.
Was it a mystery box of baked potatoes? Yeah, cards.
I wish.
Yeah. A lot of
It all
good
came
stuff
full
there, man.
circle. It all
So
came full circle.
in 1 year from now, well, a few of those cards should come back a little bit quicker, but
The Jordan should be a walkthrough service.
Jordan was walkthrough. The 2 stickers were Super Express, and the Dominguez was Express. So Express, I should see in like 6 to 7 months, maybe if I'm lucky. Walk. So I don't remember. It's been a little while since I sent an order in, but I don't remember doing the barcode on the outside of the box. That's something new.
That's new.
Yeah. So because I put 6 orders into one package, and on the barcode that they print out, it's like, it says it contains these 6 orders. So I'm hoping they scan that, they see one of the, they get the breakdown of the service levels, and then I guess they just unpack it. But yeah, so that'll be exciting. A lot of good stuff in there, man. There's 8 Juan Soto Chrome update rookies in there.
Look at you.
And I know, man. I'm like, why did I only? Well, I know why, because I didn't need to send in like more than a couple the first time. I just wanted to see. I was kind of testing the water, and then I realized they gem at like a 93%.
I was gonna say you needed to figure out that Chrome cards generally grade well as long as they're reasonably centered.
It wasn't that so much as it was. I wanted to get a little bit of a variety. I kind of knew I had those, and like I could just send them to get 10s whenever. Not to sound like an asshole, but yeah, that's kind of what was my thought. So we'll see, man. That may be the first time I ever said asshole on camera too. So
Are you actually going to do a video when you get some of these back, or are you just going to keep it to? I know.
And part of the Hall of Fame thing is that he doesn't want to wreck the mystique. Now at this point, anything he does would ruin it.
That's right. I talked to my dad, and he actually I brought up the conversation. He's like, I'm glad you said this because I was gonna bring it up to you. He really wants to like do a for real blind reveal, like, which is really tough because I know they send you that email and it's like,
don't look at it.
I'll just take a peek. I thought maybe I'll just cover the names up and all the stuff and just look down at the grades to see that I got at least 110. And if I see I got at 110, then I'll be all right.
Why don't you do it so that it's blind for him? At least one of you would react. At least one of you can react organically. Your curiosity would be assuaged, and then you still get a reaction, and it covers both ends on the video.
Yeah,
Look at me being a video consultant.
Okay. Well, and that's a great idea. The only thing is, my dad does not have a knowledge of like, if I told him that this card is this grade, when I find that out, I may be like, yeah, and he would just be like, that's good, right? That's good. So it's like, I'm going to have to
tell him Ziggy Palfy good.
Right.
Everything else kind of irrelevant.
I don't have to coach his like enthusiasm. So maybe whatever we do, we'll film it and just put it up there, so expect that video in the next year.
The only video for 2021.
I'm gonna do one of those YouTube reminders for it.
For yourself?
Set your alarm, right?
Yeah, nice. You know what you should do is do the placeholder now and set it for a year from now.
That's right.
It's like, guys, you want to hit the notification. You're going to want to see this video in this next year.
I'll send calendar invites to all my friends.
Amazing. And just keep updating people.
Yeah.
And just keep updating people like every couple of months or so. Like, guys.
Okay. Now this brings up a real question. Did you look at PSA? Did you guys look into like the changes at all? This whole idea of turnaround times versus completed trading date, or what is it? Or something?
It's however far along they are in the process there. Yeah, the dates. Mm-hmm.
But it's like I didn't look in it very much, but it was it sounds like it was, or it was um, advertised as like the complete opposite of turnaround times. Yet it sounds exactly like turnaround times.
No, it's different
Yeah.
than turnaround times. No, it's basically a date that says how far into the backlog they are. When did your depending on which level you're at, how far what is the most recent date on something they've actually processed. So it means, so let's say the date is July 2020 or whatever level you're at, whatever, July 2020. And you send in something that when you go to PSA, it says you're August 2020. That means you're within a month of your stuff getting into that spot. So at
Gotcha.
least you've got at least a vague understanding. Now, if they get ahead a little quicker, great. Then that means they hit August 2020 a little sooner. But at least you've got a notion that, okay, so they're up to July 2020. Mine is August 2020. It means I'm closer than somebody's in September or October or November
Yeah,
2020.
They're almost okay.
So it gives you a vague
Carlos,
notion of where you are in the pecking order.
when you so I had heard a million card backlog years ago, and then
Yeah.
I think around the time of the acquisition, I had heard 3 million. When you said 10 million the other night, I was like,
Well, I didn't say 10 million, but I have heard 10 million. That is a number I have heard, yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's crazy, man. I believe it though.
I'm not
I
shocking
do.
though. And also, since a lot of people anticipated that rate increase, I would wager to you that a lot of people submitted a lot of big lots probably in the last days of February.
Yeah,
Because the rumor was out there that the price increase was going to happen. That's
Right.
why as soon as Monday, the part that killed me is that PSA updated its website while I was on the live stream. And I was like, son of a bitch. I talked about this earlier in the stream, and then you guys did it during the stream. How dare you?
Yep, after midnight.
I was like, Joe Orlando, I expected an email. God damn it. What happened,
only
man?
get-
I could have
I only
covered that
get emails
live.
from Steve Sloan.
Live. I could have been refreshing the page live. But anyway, I still got the video up on Monday, and it got there. And I got to have my little fun with my theory that is like, well, actually, they don't mind sending you to CSG. Go ahead, go to CSG, and then as soon as they get backlogged out of the box, they're screwed.
a friend of mine, we were talking. He has some cards in SGC holders, nine fives or whatever, and there's another grading company or something out there that does like customizable labels.
HGA.
Yep.
Okay, so he was telling me about this, and like I'm so conditioned and like that like I really am. I'm drinking all the PSA Kool-Aid. Like I don't want any other cards and any other slaps but a PSA. It doesn't even like it seems like I know that sounds how it sounds, but
But right now, it's still that's still not a terrible position to be in. That's the reason why I played around with that idea. The reason I mentioned that I'll do in the next live stream. I'll start off talking about it because now that we know it's done, it's a little easier to expand upon it. But the simple idea is, and I've listened to some folks, and they parrot a lot of the same stuff, but then once in a while somebody actually does it properly. I forget the name. I apologize, but there was a lady who did a breakdown where she actually like drew charts and things. I'm like, yes, thank you, thank God, somebody actually went in. Although she stopped short of doing like the equilibrium chart. Like, have you ever seen a chart of like supply and demand and equilibrium, and you
Sure.
do that's what PSA did. They basically said like, look, the demand is off the charts at this price level, off the charts. That's actually not good. It means it's so far out of whack. It means our price is too low.
right.
We can afford to bump up the price. We can actually do that because we're actually trying to get as close as possible to that sweet spot. There's a level at which it's too high and the demand drops too far and then it's no good.
Sure.
But you can get closer to that line. And right now you're way out of whack with the line. So you had to bring the price up. It actually makes business sense to bring the price up.
So you touched on and I want to ask Dave and Steve this like almost like I think you touched on like the integrity of a slabbed card like was at the rate that we were going was going to kind of lose its cachet, you know what I mean? Like cuz geez, there's 10 million cards out there that still aren't slabbed. So I think the price increase is definitely it's obviously going to like make people take a little bit more pause before they're just sending in 93 Don Russ Nolan Ryan cards, you know?
Yep.
So kind of to maintain that integrity of the slab, and geez, you know, you don't even, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. If people are if there's that much demand, raise your prices, man. I'm kind of glad it all happened. I just feel like it needed to happen to kind of, I don't know, even things out a
Yeah.
little bit.
Well, and they also reduced the minimum order quantity though too.
They did. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that'll work.
it's one of those in which they
That's a good point, Steve, 'cause
it kind of has twofold effect. You know,
yeah.
maybe people will be less apt to send in more of those cards because of the price increase, but it's not going to completely remove the service. But now they can just send in less.
Well, the thing is that PSA is smart enough that they're not trying to completely cut off their nose in spite of their face. They're sitting there
Right.
like, okay, look, I don't want you to send 20, I don't want you to send 50, I don't want you to send 100, but if you send 15 or 20, we'll bump up the price per. You'll still send it to us, but you'll send less.
Right.
We still want your money, but we would like you to send less cards.
I don't
Go
know
ahead,
that
Bob.
answer to that question, Joey. I know. I feel like every time I see anything about PSA, somewhere in that blur verbiage, there's something about we're hiring. So I think they're just always hiring at this point.
The thing though is, even if you hire, and it's an important point, even if you hire people,
It takes time.
You can't train somebody to actually do the job properly in 5 seconds. It doesn't work that way. Like
Right.
you actually have, they added like 60,000 square feet of space to put
Wow.
people and stuff so you can distance them. So that part's good. And they're using the space presumably from what I understand. But you still have to train them. You don't want like the rookie necessarily grading your, higher value items. You do want somebody with some experience. So ideally, you would like them to at least be able to
It's
work
a
their way
month
up
long,
to it.
isn't it?
What's
Did-
that?
I think I heard their training is like a month long.
I don't know. It's one of those things though. Like to figure out the general premise of grading, I think you could teach somebody to do it reasonably well in a month. But there are certain issues and things that you need to know what you're looking at to even understand, to be able to make sure you authenticate it.
So does a grader now? I maybe this is questions that nobody knows the answers to, but like a grader has to be able to grade like a pre-war tobacco card and a 2021 tops card, right? Is that your
In
understanding?
theory, but let's use some logic here, Bob. Let's use some logic on this one, because the principles of grading, you can teach somebody that. This is how centering works. This is how we figure it out. This is how we measure corners, edges, whatever. The basics you can teach somebody in a couple of weeks. That's not a big deal. That's fine. But then when you get to the specific issues, like you talk about T206, you talk about something like, there's some nuances there. There's certain things you got to be looking
absolutely.
for.
And
that's additional training. That's not like you can't just fall
like
off
this
the
card
turnip track.
always has this print defect. It's on
Yeah.
every card, so you can't take it into account because it's on every card. You
And
know?
that's more specialized. That's a lot more specialized. If you hand somebody, give them the basic principles, these are our standards. This is what we consider to be good for this, for centering, for this, that, and the other thing. And then I hand you a bunch of Chrome cards from the last 10 years, you're probably good to go.
yeah.
Or some Prism cards for the last 10 years, you're probably going to be able to grade those just fine. But then when you've got these other issues that may have condition issues, or maybe
Yeah.
the centering is generally bad for this. The O-Pee-Chee cards have that rough cut. You need to know
I feel
that.
like grades between like a 4 and a 7 of cards from like 65 to 85, like that's sort of like what makes a card a 5 versus like I know like what makes a card a 9, a 10, or an 8, like you can kind of like, but when you start having to like I don't know, like tally up the defects, if you will, to kind of get a proper grade.
Yeah.
How they, what their methodology is for that, I'm not sure. But I know at the National in 19 they had that whole like, if you think you can grade cards, I didn't actually go through because the line was too long and I didn't want to waste time doing it. But like you could kind of act as if you were a grader.
Yeah,
they'd
that's right.
give you 10 like examples, and I think everybody thinks they can can do it, but
I think a lot of
And
that, unfortunately, a lot of it does come down to experience, though. Like, it really does.
Yeah.
Like, if you handle enough cards, you will develop a comfort level with certain things. What Bobby there says is very true. Like, without being in the grading room, I understand that kind of thing is very true. But the thing is, that's normal in a lot of industries. Again, forget that. I worked in tech support in a call center. We had a database of information on all the different receivers, all the different satellite dishes, all the different stuff. We all had access to the exact same stuff. Some of us were better at it than others. You actually have to have the knowledge and experience to be able to apply the information to go beyond the basics. That's why I can't say what they're doing in the grading room because I'm not there and I don't know. But I can tell you what it is to be in an environment where you've got people of different experience levels doing the same job. I can say that from experience. I've lived that. I trained people to do that work. And my training was this. I can give you the basic parameters, but if all you're going to do is just follow the script, then you're only going to get so far because you're stuck as soon as something falls outside of what you expect. The second that happens, you're in trouble.
Yep.
I would hope that they would have a little bit more seasoned graders, for like walkthrough levels.
That is the expectation. That's what I mean. Yeah. Like when I say that, even though you can hire new people, they're not going to grade your Jordan rookie.
Right.
They're probably not going to be the one grading your big high-end cards. They're not.
I was thinking they'd be more in your ultra modern and that type because those seem to be a lot more straightforward as it pertains to their qualifications that dictate, the various grades and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So to increase the workforce to grade those cards, because that's probably going to be the bulk of the backlog. Mm-hmm. Training them in a matter of a few weeks, 30 days, if that's their training program or whatever, makes sense.
Yep.
But, like Carlos alluded to, you would think that those people who have been there for years are going to be the ones that are going to be touching your $1,000 plus cards, $100,000 million cards types. Yep. Those are the ones that are going to be touching those.
That's the expectation, I would say, because you will realize, you will notice the difference. That's why I say I can't speak to the grading side of it. I can tell you the difference from somebody who trained people who did that. You can tell the difference between somebody who's been at this for a couple of weeks, somebody who's been at it for a couple of months, and somebody who's been at it for a couple of years. You can tell the difference. You really can.
Have you ever seen the PSA video on YouTube, it's like a 5-minute sort of, I don't know, informational video, but there's a couple like clips and snippets in that video of like a glimpse into the grading process, Right. And it's like a guy at a desk with a lamp, like holding a card like this, And
there are still aspects to that, I'm sure, but it's a little out of date.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right. It's like watching those like driver's ed videos from like '83. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just like some guy. With
honestly, though, if I was going to make a suggestion to Nat Turner, I would love to see an updated version of that, like an updated version of it to really show what the environment looks like a little bit. It would be, I think, it would be helpful to give people a little bit of a sense of what's actually happening.
Dude, you could give a glimpse behind the curtain without like
giving
anything
details.
Right. Well, exactly.
But what you could do? The simplest way to do this. You have a process, right? You have a standard process that you go from front to back. Get a couple of cards that are not real people's graded cards and just walk it through. Walk it from end to end. Here's the box. We're doing now we've conditioned it, so we've set it up, but this is what it looks like. The person grabs the box, they roll it down the conveyor belt. This gets scanned, this gets put in. Just show what it looks like. Simulate it. And then have somebody grade a card, but have somebody grade a card that belongs to the company, so it's clear like this is not a real customer's card. We're not revealing something we're not supposed to be revealing, but we'll show you the process. This is the station. The setup exactly the same way it's supposed to be.
Do they look at the edges first? Do they look at the centering first? Is there a mindset of like tick 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 tick, like they're checking down the boxes? Like how are they taught to think?
Yeah. You can do a very basic run through with a plain old standard card. Just to give them an idea of what it looks like, and that would be helpful for some folks, just to give them an idea what it looks like. This is the station. This is how somebody grades. This is what they have access to, and here's how it works.
There's new collectors out there right now. We know that.
Sure.
And they're hearing about grading, they're hearing about PSA, and like, you know, people that have been around in the hobby are clearly going to have an opinion on that, probably some positive, some negative. But like to that new guy that's like, wait, I have to send my cards to this third party. Yeah, I know you've been in the hobby a while and you say they're good and all that, but like, I don't know. A video like that would definitely probably relieve some of those question marks of like,
Yeah.
okay, this is a real thing and this is legit, and okay, I'm going to send
Yeah.
my cards to PSA.
I do have a question, and I've heard this before, and I don't know if it's with substance or not. For some of the higher cards, though, the higher value cards, those that get, we'll just say $50,000 or higher. Is there not a second or a third set of eyes that actually looks over those to validate what the initial person would give a grade to?
My recollection is that for a lot of the higher end stuff, there's 2 or 3. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I now again it's been a long time. Obviously they change their stuff from time to time. I thought it was 2, and then if there was a discrepancy, a third would take a look to kind of be the tiebreaker.
So if
I've
somebody
seen
said
that.
a 10 and somebody said like an 8, there'd be like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
there's
like
some,
like there's a big discrepancy here. Like you guys are way off to each other. Let's take a look. Let's throw a third person in there to take a look, and be
Okay.
like, hey guys, like let's take a look at this a little more closely.
okay, Bobby says he heard 3. So at least at a minimum, it's 2 to 3 people for something of substantial value then.
Yeah, I think I just don't think you'd be comfortable just putting it in one person's hands to try to figure it out completely. You want at least a semi consensus. You want to be close in the same ballpark.
2 on every card, though, that seems a little over for something that's ultra modern or something. That to, and maybe I could be wrong, but that seems excessive. I could understand something
Now, I do.
for
I did
older
hear
stuff.
that they only spend 30 seconds on a card, though. So it's like that's 1 minute if it's 2 people. Nah,
Realistically, though, like here's the thing: we love the romantic notion that they're taking careful care and looking at our cards closely. It's like, well, guys, centering is measurement. Corners and edges, or look at the corners and edges, and then figure out between all those components, is there a flaw here? What you're really doing, almost psychologically, is you're kind of counting flaws. How bad is it? Like if the corner's dinged up, how bad is it? And then you're going measurement. For modern, like it shouldn't be dinged, really. Or if there's some chipping, it should be very minimal or whatever the case is. And then is the centering horrific? Like that's a major factor too.
doesn't PSA does they're a big eye appeal. Like that's a proponent. I mean, I think that even it did at one point. It said they would like centering. If something was 55-45 but had, amazing eye appeal, you could still get a Gem Mint 10 on it.
Yeah, I think they allowed some room for some flaws in there to still be able to, because the misnomer. Now this is where the new people are going to get confused because they think a 10 is perfect. It's like, no, not by the standard. The standard leaves some room.
Well, because didn't you also mention, Carlos, and I'm not quoting you by any stretch of the imagination.
Sure.
I know PSA has their guidelines.
Yep. The standard.
Listed.
Standard. Yep.
And centering for them is not 50-50. That's not what garners
55-45 in the front.
Okay. See, and I knew it was something. I didn't want to go as far as 60-40, but it was one of those in which I thought 55-45 is what kind of came to mind.
Yeah, and they've got another standard also for the back. So they do a metric on the front and then also on the back, depending on for the cards.
Gotcha.
Seeing if I can find it real quick here, because I know at least they do keep it here. Oh, here we go. 55-45 or 60-40% on the front. Oh, to 60-40. Oh, maybe they've actually made the tolerance worse now. So 55-40, approximately 55-45 to 60-40% on the front, and 75-25% on the reverse, and that would still get you Gem Mint 10.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
That's actually very broad. I thought before it was 55-45. I'm actually surprised that I saw 2 60-40. Oh, that's a loose standard, my friends. That is a very loose standard.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen the tools that you can sit there and buy that, kind of
Yeah.
give you those percentages and everything else. And I would think that PSA probably leverages something of the sort, maybe not as, I don't want to call it antiquated, but easy to use. Then again, I'm not saying that those aren't easy to use, but without having one and knowing what you're actually physically looking at when using it, it's hard to know for sure what that qualification looks like.
The challenging one has always been the borderless cards. That's always been the one that's been a little bit tricky because you have to find a reference point. That's really, as a collector, if you want to submit, I always really pay very tight attention to the center.
Borderless.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Usually you can find, though, an anchor. Usually you can find something in the design to be an anchor for you, to try to help you. And that's the best you can do. You got to find some anchor point to it and be like, okay, how does it compare to maybe something else in that same subset? Because you can see if something is like shifted up or down or left or right, but you got to find an anchor point. It's not a science. It's a little bit art. You got to kind of look at the card, really, the design, and be like, okay, what can I do here that's going to help me a little bit? But if you're good, again, it depends on how picky you want to be. And maybe with the increased prices, some people will be pickier. That would be wise. And if they're going to be pickier, well, then they got to go and look at it and go like, okay, so what do I have here that'll help me ascertain? Because if at least the card's well centered, well, go look at the corners, look at the edges. Are they decent? Okay, great. You got a shot. Congratulations. You're in good shape right now. You're already looking good.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah. It helps you.
But yeah, that's interesting. 55, 45, 2, 60, 40.
It's a very, you'd be surprised how generous they would be on that centering. You would be shocked how generous they would be.
Which would give way to looking at some of those gem mint 10s that it's like, this really isn't aesthetically pleasing, which is, why most of us sit there and really purchase the card, not the grade.
Yes.
So you can find an 8 or a 9 that looks twice as pretty as a 10 and pay, of course, a cheaper price.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why the Krakow business is so good, though. If you find a nice looking 9, you never know, on the right day, you send it back in. Maybe it's a 10 this time.
I did find it interesting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I just you got that centering issue. Like we know that Aaron Rodgers is like a centering nightmare rookie, and that was the one I just saw recently. It was a PSA 10, but it was definitely 60-40. I mean, so it is what it is. I guess the
question would be then if the edges and corners are like perfect, they might have given you a slide.
Of those chrome, because they're chrome surfaces, so no defects there. You get the 10, man.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, chrome traditionally is when, like, well, you should get a decent grade on chrome.
Right.
This was supposed to happen.
Should.
Yeah, for the most part. Like I said, unless your centering is truly atrocious. If the centering is truly atrocious, well, then there's nothing you can do. But you can push that boundary with a chrome card, because if the surface is good, you're pretty much there.
Yep. If you wipe it down good enough and make sure there's no major surface scratches or anything.
Yeah.
But no, I was, since we have multiple people here and even those in the chat, what do people think, though, about them eliminating the crossover service temporarily?
I wasn't aware of that, to be honest. It's not something that I've ever taken advantage of.
Now, that doesn't mean you can't personally crack something out and send it in. You can't send it in another person's slab and get it re-slabbed in PSA.
Which I don't know. Again, I've never done it, but I wouldn't do that. I mean, from the video and the evidence that I've seen, like in people's experiences, they don't have much success sending a Beckett slab to PSA for a crossover. Or
I agree with that. I would agree with that. The only counterpoint I would make, though, is that the crossover service makes sense if you have a PC card that you want to put in a different slab. because I did that with I always like to make fun of Beckett for screwing up thing. They mislabeled a Koufax rookie that I had. They put it in as like a 59 tops Mantle. And it was a 55 tops Koufax. And I'm like, you morons can't even figure out that Koufax is not Mickey Mantle? It says it on the front of the card.
He's a freaking
You idiots.
Dodger. Yeah, come on.
So I sent that one in the holder because I'm like, well, if you guys can figure out this is a Sandy Koufax rookie card, we're good to go. I don't care what grade it gets. Put authentic. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Do you still have that card in your collection?
No, I sold it off a little while back. The thing is, I like the card, but I was playing around with the idea of doing the set. It's one of those things where, like, sometimes you got to make decisions. It's what we talk about earlier all the time. It's like, it's an iconic card, and I wouldn't mind having it right now, but it's one of those things where, like, if I'm not doing the set and it's just going to sit in the box, is it worth it for me to hang on to it? And I've had iconic cards that right now would do very well. The Koufax card would do well. And I had a, for some reason I'm blanking on the name. Running back, 50s, Jim Brown.
Jim Brown?
I was going to say Jim Brown.
I had the Jim Brown rookie as well.
What did you have that in?
I had it in a 2.
So I've got a 3, and I'm like, that card is a great card.
It is.
You know, I love that I have it in my collection. But is it part of my future collection? No.
Yeah.
So it just becomes like, okay, when do I sell it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I never worry about timing the market. I think a lot of people do freak out about it, and there are some cards where I can totally get that. Because it doesn't matter. I'll explain. Let me explain why.
Sure.
Good question. It's a great question. I've never worried about timing the market because if I am as smart as I think I am, and I do, but if I am, then whatever money I get out of it, if I'm worried about like flipping it and doing that with, well, then the money you get from it, buy something else, and then flip that, and then buy something else, and then flip that.
Do you take in like the notion, what do I have into it? I mean,
sure.
That you kind of have to.
Stop slurping, Dave.
See, my problem, like, what? It's a problem. I said
you have a lot of problems, Bob. Could you be more specific? Could you narrow it down for me a little bit?
Allow me to, narrow down. So, well, it kind of goes back to like most of these cards, if it's before 2017, are cards that have just been in my collection for a long time. You know, there's no real way to like attach, how much I have into it. So my dad and I just were like, okay, let's just say $0 because I mean,
the thing is, when you pull it from a pack, basically it is 0. Yeah, it's not literally 0, but like you weren't expecting it. It wasn't like you bought it specifically for that card. You just happened to pull it.
And that's, I mean, and then, who knows? My dad bought, boxes of 92, 93 cards to get Shaq card. I mean, I'm sure he has an idea of how much he spent over the years, but we're just kind of starting fresh. So there's that's one part of selling that I don't feel like I have to factor in as much as maybe other people. Like, what do I have into the card? Mm-hmm. And that would determine my comfort level on like what I'm willing to let it go for,
Yeah.
Everything is sort of a profit for me.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to those cards that have just been in the collection forever, because there's, but I hear you say, well, okay, so say that again. Like you don't worry about things that other people worry about. It seems like, and
no.
that's like that's kind of par for the course for a lot of things, and I'm interested in that mindset of like, I mean, I've heard you say like I could lose everything tomorrow and I'd still be okay, and you might be a little bummed out or whatever, but maybe not even. I don't know. So it's like that. I want a piece of that, like, because I don't. Once it's gone, like I don't want to care about it at all anymore.
So I appreciate the question because it's a fair one. Here's the best I can do for you. This is the best way I can explain it. Every move I've made in the hobby since I started collecting went in with my original idea. The reason I like to make fun and I like to tease Jeremy a lot is, and it's fun for me, is that he started collecting. So he's about 10 years older than I am, give or take. And this is this thing where I try to give perspective to a lot of the folks that come on because some of them are younger, some of them are older, some of them are around the same age as I am. But it's one of those things, and Steve and Dave are around the same age as I am. We're right in the same zone. But I remember being a young collector at one point on, checking out different forums and things on the internet, finding cards to buy and whatever when I was in my teens. The problem is when that happened, that was in the mid 90s. So the problem is now I'm closer to 40 than I am to 30. So it's one of those things where it's like, this year I'll be 38. So I can't pretend that I'm the young guy in the hobby anymore. That isn't true. It's not. I'm not the oldest guy in the hobby, but I'm not the youngest guy in the hobby either. I'm in that beautiful middle ground. We're in that zone where I've been around long enough to have been collecting 30 uninterrupted years.
Yeah.
So now this is year 31. So when you're passing 3 decades as a collector, you've seen stuff over time, right? So, but I'm also the age where by the time I started collecting, the price guide existed. So it's not like I was not unaware, like right from the get-go. Where I make fun of, where I like to tease Jeremy a little bit is because he started collecting before the guides really came out, because he has that extra 10 years, right? So before the guide really came out and really started to be prevalent, Beckett guides and stuff like that.
Sure.
But then when he saw the Beckett guide and realized there was the value, it's like this epiphany went off in his head and it like changed his mentality and mindset forevermore.
Wow.
I grew up with it, so it was already there.
Yeah.
I knew what the guide was. I've shown not the exact copy, but I've shown a replica of the first price guide I ever had. It was the same brand, but this was the 93 edition, I think, instead of the 92, which is the one that I had. It was a soft cover instead of a hardcover, whatever. The point is, inside you had the prices. The reason I gave the story is I said I had this thing, and what I liked about it is it had color pictures of these vintage cards that I coveted. The prices were there, but I didn't pay attention to the prices. I didn't really care. And this is with the guide in my hand. This is a price guide. So like from the get-go, I'm not really caring about the price.
Yeah.
Now push that forward 30 years later, my head's still in the same place. So for me, it's like, I never try to buy something stupid. I never try to overpay. I don't try to do those things. But because I've never gone into it with the mentality that it's like, okay, well, the price, whatever, I basically treat it as a loss leader. Every single card I've ever bought, I just assume I threw away my money and burned it. And then anything that happens beyond that is like, well, it's great. That's gravy. But if that's the case, I can't lose. I already think I burned the money. So what difference does it make? It's like I'm treating it like that. It's like a boat. I'm just throwing money into a pit. And if something comes out, oh my God, this is an incredible surprise. Who knew? Well, as it turns out, my instincts as a collector have been good over the years to me. And I have purchased cards that have appreciated over time, which is awesome. Some cards I bought as a collector and I got them at a much cheaper price than they would cost me today. That's been beneficial. But some of the cards are like sitting back. When I was buying Juan Soto cards in 2019, they were a relative bargain by today's standards. But I bought them because I go, well, the player's good and I like them. Am I willing to sell the cards? Of course, sure. Oh, but what if they go for more later? Who cares?
Yeah.
I bought them cheap. So whatever.
That's the ultimate piece right there. That's like, who cares? Because, so, I've got some, for me, pretty significant cards that are going to be that are in my collection that are going to be sold. I've said conversations with my dad, like within the next 1 to 2 years, and maybe piecemealing it out. It's not. I think there was there was a thought of like, okay, we'll get all these cards and we'll set up all these auctions to end this at the same time for like one big payout. But like that might be stupid because different cards have different markets and those markets are all going up and down at different times. So it might not be, you might want to wait on Jordan is up right now. By the time I get it back, he might have been cooling off, and it might not be the time to like dump a Jordan rookie.
Yeah, but the
So
thing is, Bob, what you're talking about right now is kind of the reason why I gave you guys that story the way I gave it to you is so that you could see the
okay.
concept behind. If you're trying to time the market, I have good news
Well,
for you. No, real quick. I just want to add this in and
yeah,
then please
sure.
continue. But real quick, for anybody who's trying to time the market, I'll help you. You're wrong.
Exactly.
No matter what time you sell it, you're wrong.
Right.
If you sell it now, you're
Um,
wrong. If you sell it 5 years from now, you're probably wrong.
yeah.
Because depending on the card, because I know you talked about you have one of the Brady rookies, right? One of the big ones?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, cool. You sell it for right now, it's like 30 grand or 40 grand right now, something like that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. In 5 years, it's 50 grand.
Right.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Right.
But maybe it is. And in 10 years, it's 100 grand.
Right.
And in 15 years, it's 250 grand. And in 20 years, it's 500 grand. But maybe it's not. So it's like, are you going to? There are folks who have been holding some of these cards terrified. And Steve put in FOMO. I did a video literally on seller FOMO that was stolen from me from Beckett. I stand by that no matter what. That con artist doesn't know an original thought if it bit him on the ass.
Brad.
But anyway, the point is, though, I did that back in August. But the reason seller FOMO is real is because people are terrified of selling at the wrong time. It's true. Like they really
Well,
are. They're mortified.
So, and I'm sorry, I know, and I as much as I've talked about the Brady, I've also talked about the Kobe. So
Sure.
the Kobe's the other end of that spectrum that was sold at $350 and now is a $24,000 card,
Yep.
So, um, it's you just take it all in, man, because who knew, right?
Yep.
Who knew? And and when I sold it for $350 when I did 2 years ago, I was like pretty pumped about that, So
Yeah.
and that's kind of my dad and I have said whenever we sell whatever we sell, we're gonna be happy with it. We know like those cards, if they're in our collection or they're out of or they're sold for a certain amount of money, neither that money that is gained or that card in the collection is not what defines us or our hobby experience or anything about us. You know what I mean? It's all like just they're it's pieces of cardboard. You know what I mean? That
It's the economy.
yeah, man. So
It's
so
it's the
I'm
hobby
just
economy, as Carlos puts it.
I can't
Yes.
I want to it's easy to sit here and say like yeah we won't be we will be happy with whatever we get,
Yep.
and we can sit here and say, I'm going to do my very best to never ever hear about a PSA 9 comp for the SP Authentic Brady. But like, do I think that that's a reality? No. Like, I'm sure that after I sell that, one day after that, I'm going to hear of a sale that was more than the one that I sold for.
Cool.
And I think,
Can I ask you a
and it's
question,
good.
Bob? Yeah,
Me and my
what you're
dad
saying
have
is
just,
true. Can I ask a question?
right.
What if it's
Uh-huh.
less?
What's the question? Is that the question?
No, that's Steve's question. But I also have a question. Okay, so let's say that's true. Let's
I'll
say
be
you're
happy,
let's say that's
Steve.
true. Let's say that's true. Okay, great. So you get whatever 30,000 for it, whatever
Yeah.
the market rate is for today. Cool. If that's a concern, you get 30,000. Okay, let's play this out. Let's say the price stays consistent for the next 5 years. For the sake of argument, let's just say it stays consistent for the next 5 years. It's 30,000
Okay.
now. It's 30,000 next year, and the next 5 years.
Gotcha.
You get $30,000. You get $30,000. What does Bob Lewis do with it?
Yeah. So threefold.
You buy
I
Dogecoin. What else?
right. So we save some, we invest some, and
Uh-huh.
we use to pay down some debt. So
Okay,
those
so
are
whatever
those
debt
are
you're
three.
paying off is saving you whatever percentage that debt was set to. So that already made you some money. And then you
Right.
save some, that's great. And then you
Okay.
invest some, well, depending on what you invest in, and that's going to potentially grow for you. So already it's worth more than 30,000.
Right.
So
I,
what's the
I,
problem?
right. I'm with you, man. And that's why I just need. I've had this conversation about 100 times already in the last week, and I'll probably have it 500 more times in the next 2 weeks,
Mhm.
It's almost just like I'm trying to condition myself like it's okay. It's like it's gonna be all right. I need confirmation from my friends, people I trust,
Yeah.
people I
So,
opinions that
Bob,
matter to me. Yeah.
can
Just
I ask you a question though? I
yeah.
know based on what you said. So I'm just going to throw it out there. Are you looking for confirmation to a certain degree that where your mind is right now, that you're you're doing the right thing? Is that ultimately what you're looking for?
Um I don't think I necessarily need validation from the community or people that I trust that I'm doing the right thing. I'm I'm confident in me and my dad's ability to make a decision for ourselves in the hobby. But um, I'm not opposed to like some stamps of approval of like,
Okay.
I
You just negated everything you
You're
just said previously.
so
well,
guys, listen. I don't need your approval, but I'm not
But
opposed to getting your approval. But I'm
so
not opposed if you're willing to offer me some approval. Bob, would it help you to tell you that no matter what you do, it's the wrong answer?
yes,
Would it help?
which
Like, it doesn't matter what it is. If you hold the card, Tom Brady will be found to have been a fraud, a liar, and the card will be worth $1.50 if you hold it. And if you sell it, it will go to $5 billion.
yeah,
So does that
so
help?
it does. And you know what? No, and you joking, but in a sense, it does help because
Yeah.
no matter what, whatever decision I make, whenever I make it,
Hmm.
there's gonna be other things that happen after that
Of
that are
course.
gonna, you know what I
Yes.
mean? So
Uh huh.
it's just a matter of like, okay, when am I willing to make that decision and be okay with it? That's kind of
The answer, Bob. It's up to you. At the end of the day, it is up to you.
yeah,
That's 100% true. You and your dad can have the brain trust meeting, whatever it is. Like I said, between the two of you, you're both wrong. But the point is that when and if you do sell it, the important
yeah,
part is actually what the question I asked. What are you going to do? And in the scenario you laid out, it sounds to me like if you follow through with what you just said,
it's a
then it's
win-win.
worth more than the 30,000.
Yep,
yeah,
it's the win-win.
So it's like, and if I said it jokingly earlier, but I'm serious. I've sold tons of cards early that would have made more money later, but I didn't know definitively it would make more money later. I
sure,
suspected the possibility was there. It was always possible. But the reason I don't worry about it is I have amnesia for this stuff. I have hobby amnesia all
yeah,
the time. So
that's
I'm
good.
still aware of it, but it's almost disconnected from my being because I'm not going to lose sleep over that. Because what's going to
It
happen?
doesn't impede you to make future decisions. You know
No,
what I
and
mean?
I promise I will make bad decisions again. I will also make some exceptionally good decisions. It
Yeah,
balances out on the whole, because there are some where like, nope, I sold at the perfect time. It crashed right after. So like
right.
it both have happened, and if you consider yourself to be a being that has at least given this some thought, and you take this money, and in this case, it's enough money where you can spread it into multiple areas.
Yeah,
Debt payoff is an automatic gain.
Yep.
Like that, it's an automatic gain.
yeah. I
Investing
can.
some money in some areas, there's some possibilities, some opportunities for you
Yep.
that could do very well and offset the potential future of that card.
Yeah, you're right, and it is so whatever the amount is, it's gonna it's gonna affect my family in a very positive way. So
Correct.
so
That sounds like a win to me.
how can I argue against that in any way? You're right. It is a win, Carlos, very much.
And that's the thing.
So
It's a win-win-win in that situation.
And the thing is,
yeah,
if you want to play the game after you've paid off your money, after you've paid off the debt, after you've invested some of it, if there's a couple bucks left over, I'm sure there's a couple of opportunities to throw a couple bucks on a lottery ticket that may also pay off as well. As this
yeah.
little side bonus, a little seasoning on top.
Well, it's funny because okay, so rewind about two years ago when I got the Brady graded at the National. I had said to my wife, I said, one day we're going to sell this card, and it's probably going to be worth a little bit more than it is today. I don't think it's going to be, we're not going to like be able to retire or anything. But I said that I was going to, it would go to the family in some way, somehow. But I would want to reserve a certain dollar amount for a certain amount for like some special purchase, which at the time was going to be a Clemente rookie because I didn't have that card. Well, now I do. So it's like, okay, it's kind of fun to think about that, like, because there's, I'd mentioned earlier in the show about like a purchase purely investment, but then there's the purchase purely for like, this is a card I've always wanted in my collection that I'm never going to like give up, and I'll be in a position to be able to get one of those cards.
Yeah.
And that's kind of exciting. I mean,
The thing is that has value. But that's the reason why I said what you have just played out is a hobby morality play that people play out every single day at different levels. At different levels, you have a card. You have a card that's a 5-figure card, but there are people out there, like legitimately, there are people out there that have $1,000 card, where in their mind they're like, "Oh my god, I didn't expect this to be $1,000 card." For them is a big deal. Like.
That's a big deal for me.
Yeah, the thing is, I sold the Mahomes rookie for a fifth of what it ended up becoming in the not much later. It happens, but I also bought it for $10. I bought it for $10, so it's like, okay, whatever.
I sold that optic rookie. It didn't go for much more. It went for like 405 or something. Well, did it go? I went for 480, and I ended up getting, after like the fees and stuff were subtracted, right around 405.
Hey,
so,
I gave you a good floor.
But you did. But that was I mean, those were going for. No, I was very honest about all the defects or whatever. Maybe that, I just didn't want to deal with the return. So and people that were trying to buy that card to then get it graded, like I weeded all them out, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So $400 was a pretty, for the condition of the card, was pretty reasonable, but probably like $200 lower than like previous sales, because they just lost the Super Bowl as opposed to winning it. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to have something, Mahomes. Whoever won, I wanted to like benefit from it. So I'm glad the guy who won.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing that happens. Like sometimes that stuff occurs. But
did you see the Luke? I'm really gonna go derail here, but it just
isn't that what you do?
Because it is the Luka Doncic. That's now like the second highest card ever sold.
Yeah, and I was very sad that I couldn't get at least $5 million for the card. It was very disappointing.
Bullshit.
That ain't right. Like that to me is just that's a sign of like, this is like when the market does collapse, that'll be the thing that's like, remember that Luka Doncic that sold for more than like it was the second highest ever, second to a mantle. I don't know, man. That's
second to the 52 toss mantelpiece A9.
Like
the difference is it is a 101, so there is only one in existence. In those situations, it's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it.
It is. But I will say that it's tough to speculate on a guy who's only like in his third or fourth year, and go all the way to like, hey, let's just go with the second highest sports card that has ever been.
Correct. I mean,
dude, basketball is insane. The whole, like, the new hoops has those slam subset cards. Are you aware of these?
I've heard of them.
The card is basically like a cover, like a snapshot of a cover issue of an old back issue of Slam magazine,
Mm-hmm.
The Luka Doncic raw, it's a freaking base hoops subset card, and it was selling for like 30, 40, $50. I think it's cooled off a little bit. Maybe they're like more like $20 now. The foil one was like $250, $200.
Well, that's new releases. You're always going to see some of the spikes, though, too. Remember that.
Right.
Anytime a product drops, you're always going to see that initial price point, and then, and that's why we always talk about patience.
Dollars, though.
Vinny knows because of the last part of that sentence. The last section of the sentence is the key part.
Yeah, right.
I know, right? I wouldn't be wearing my hoodie right now. He's right. He's right. That's the part where he's right.
Well, yeah, because that was a check. That was the only. Here's the question though: how long would the bank put a
Yeah,
hold
exactly.
on that $4 million?
4.66 million? On 4.66 million? Well, if it's a check from Bob Lewis, 25 minutes. But for most people, we gotta do a clearing process. We gotta make sure. Like, are they good for this? Are we sure? Isn't that the guy who puts $100,000 like packages in the mail and just leaves it, sends it off the
says
wind?
Bob Lewis, but it couldn't be the Bob Lewis, right? It couldn't be that guy. Yeah.
Well, are we just assume that's the reason why you're going by your alias, Lob Lewis?
Right. I can't. I don't want to like break the internet with a live stream. Put my real name on there, so I try to trick it.
Well, what's interesting is, as it pertains to that sale, obviously there was multiple posts on Instagram,
Yeah.
from a lot of people. He's also one of Mr. Golden's big purchasers too.
For sure. Yeah. And the thing is, it's him and his partner, because he did make it clear that it was like an arrangement, him and his business partner as well. Now, the thing is, though, and like, here's the thing. In the same vein, I want to be consistent on this piece of it. Your money, I don't care what you spend it on. That's your life. It's your business. If you ask me, I will tell you what I think, like, as honestly as I can. That's why when Bob had his question, I go, here's the way I would present it to you. This is the way I would, this is the mentality that I have based on that idea. You can't time the market. Now, this is the other end of the spectrum. This is you buying something at the highest, the highest price for a basketball card ever paid, as it stands today. Until Dave spends, $57 million on a Karl Malone base card or something. But until then, this is the highest basketball card ever paid. The thing, though, is that I don't watch basketball a lot. I'm not a big basketball fan. I'll watch the playoffs a little bit because, I like sports, so I'll watch the playoffs. But Luka Doncic has all the potential in the world. But he's not a Pantheon player today. He could be a Pantheon player if he continues to play consistently and plays at the level he's done and keeps evolving as a player and does all that good stuff. I'm not saying he can't.
Wins
But right now
championship,
and win a championship and all that. Maybe he could. And if he does, phenomenal. But you've just paid $4.6 million on the maybe if everything goes right. Cross your fingers. Hope that an ACL doesn't tear. Hope that a million different maladies don't cross this man. Hope he doesn't get hit by a freaking bus.
Yep.
You're hoping for a lot of stuff to go right for you to recoup this investment.
So then
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a different question out there, though, for you, though, too.
Sure.
Well,
So
before you do that, dude.
Okay, go ahead, Bum.
For this guy to make any money, he has to be like, he has to have the highest sale ever. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I just don't.
That's why I'm not
Anyway.
real quick. I think Bob actually, this is the only time I'm ever going to say this. Impeach this man. No, that part I say all the time. But the second part is the only time I'll ever say this. Bob makes a good point. And the point is this. I'm never a fan of paying the absolute apex of the market. I don't want to be the market setter in any market. Yeah. As a player collector, I don't want to be a market setter. Sometimes by default, I'm forced to be. On a one-of-one, by default, I am the market setter. If I won the auction or I'm the high bid, I've set the market. But that doesn't mean anybody has to follow me. And I've taken a calculated risk with understanding. That's why I say, like, I've thrown money into a boat for 25 years with a player collection that may never recoup me a fraction of it. And I've built that collection and I've enjoyed it and I continue to do so to this day with that understanding. That's why I don't fret about, oh my God, all this money I could have made. Yeah. It's like a couple of grand here or there are not going to change my life. It's not going to pay for the heat pump, as Vinny says. I need the $4.66 million to pay for my fucking heat pump is what I need. That's what I need. I actually need about $7 or $8 grand to pay for the heat pump. But still, that would help me. A couple of $100 or $1,000 is not going to make a difference. It's just not. It's just not going to change. It's not going to change life around here. But the point is, when you are somebody who's spending millions of dollars, millions, and setting a new market bar, you're getting the notoriety. So that's what you want. You got it. You got your 15 minutes of hobby
Oh,
fame.
you're not doing it without the notoriety.
But that's what I mean. Like, you better get it because that might be the only value you get out of this.
Right.
If something happens to Luka Doncic in the next game, you're done. And you just threw $4 million down the drain.
You just became the biggest asshole in the in the hobby.
Yeah.
ever.
No, biggest dumbass.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
thing is that can happen. The reason why I say the Luka Doncic is such a high leverage play in that you're hoping for the best. The $4 million Trout Super Factor, forever ago now, it seems like, but it wasn't that long ago.
Same thing.
I'm not sold on Trout, and he's got 10 years. He's not done yet. If his career ends right now, that's a waste. That's $4 million down the drain. I'm sorry. He hasn't built enough of a track record where, like, you're comfortable having paid $4 million for that card after 10 years of track record. It still wasn't enough. This isn't Michael Jordan. This isn't some of these other guys. You went all out on that, and now you're hoping for the best. Well, Luka Doncic has about a third of that service time.
Yep.
Your risk factor just went up by this huge look. The 52 tops, man. At least it's an iconic card. At least it has the cachet of all these years of being an iconic card. You've got
At least
something
he's
to
a
go
Hall
off
of
of.
Famer.
Yeah, like at the bare minimum, the man's dead. The man's been dead since '96.
Right.
He can't do anything after death to ruin his own legacy. So at least you've got that going for you. But like, ugh.
So two things. One, I just like to point out that only here on the Insert Revolution podcast do you actually ever hear Carlos drop the F-bomb. Just
I
thought
didn't
I'd
hear
point
that.
that out.
Did that happen?
Yes, it did. Go back and watch it in replay. 3 hours and about 14 minutes, give or take.
So
Um,
if I disappear all of a sudden, it's because my phone just died. I just realized I have 1% battery. So
Uh-oh.
yeah, go ahead.
So that
I'm
was
now
the first thing I wanted
scrambling.
to. That's the first thing I wanted to point out.
It needs to be right. It needs to be right context. I have no moral objection to doing it on my own.
I know you don't. I just it's different when you're here compared to when you're running your stream. That's why I enjoy having you on, because we do see a little bit different of a side of you because you're not having to focus on actually running the show, so to speak.
People underestimate how difficult that is to keep the ship going, like while you're doing your thing.
Yep. And the
You're not worried about overthinking everything on the stream.
Yep. The second is, so the Luka sells for 4.6. Doesn't Golden have one of the LeBron 101s?
Yeah,
Logo Man?
I believe it's a logo man. Yeah, I believe so.
So where does that card actually then go?
$500 million, Steve.
But you get where I'm going with this. Golden always preached that, between 1 and 1.5 type situation.
Yeah.
Now with that Luka sale, although it was a private deal, is that now going to spike the LeBron? LeBron at least has a track record.
Yeah. The thing is, in every market, but in the basketball card market as well. I figured Bob's. But no, in the basketball market especially, every single comp pushes that envelope a little further along. And now you have people who are going to sit there and do like, well, they're not the same player, but, well, if Luka went for this, and
what
this
does Zion
card
go
has
for?
this level of cachet, and, LeBron has, championships, and he's got all this stuff going on, he might have to come and he may become the all-time leading scorer by the time it's all said and done. So he's got that on top of the rest of it.
Yep.
He could maybe win an MVP again. You never know. He's getting older, but he's still got a shot. He's still at least good enough to be a contender for it.
Yep.
And if he's able to win, tack on another MVP. Maybe tack on another championship. Maybe do all that. Now you're sitting there going like, okay, so if Luka, where you're hoping for the best, you don't know, because the problem with some of the young guys, and maybe this is a quick aside here, but to your point, still in the same vein, when you're talking about the young guys, you're projecting a ceiling. But the problem is, if I take some of these young guys and I project the ceiling to a player who's really good, is that good enough? Like if Luka Doncic is Dirk Nowitzki, is that good enough? Because Dirk Nowitzki was pretty good, and he's going to the Hall of Fame. Is that good enough for the prices you're getting today? Because Dirk Nowitzki is not getting $4.66 million. So we've got ourselves a problem. We're running into an issue where and it's the same thing with like Tatis right now in baseball. People are starting to look at Tatis a little bit and everything. Okay, so what's Tatis' ceiling? Tatis has played less in a full major league season so far. And San Diego locked him up to a 14-year deal. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I like Tatis. I think he's a good player. He's played less than 162 major league games. His stats through that chunk, 39 home runs, pretty good number of RBIs, good average. Like, that's awesome in that small sample size. Small. The smallest of sample sizes. And I'm like, but 14 years is a very long time. Stuff can happen. There have been so many guys who, through a shorter period of time, have shown. I've referenced Albert Bell before. Albert Bell was a beast. And not for a season or two. He was a beast for years and didn't get all the way to the finish line. Carlos Delgado is one of my personal favorites from the Blue Jays back in the day. He had almost a full career. He had like 85, 90% of a full career. He's been denied Hall of Fame induction, but he has a good case, even with 85, 90%, because he played in an era where he played first base in the American League in the steroid era and still held his own and was runner-up to an MVP one year to a steroided A-Rod. But he doesn't get the respect. He doesn't get the love. You can buy his cards for pennies. And that's after a long career.
Right.
What does that tell you? Stuff happens. Ken Griffey Jr. was 800 home runs. Easy, no problem. By the time he left Seattle, it was a slam dunk. He finished with 630 home runs, just so we're clear. Still amongst the all-time greats. But you're sitting there going like, imagine if he had been able to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Just imagine. It would have been that little extra because he was a guy who had the capability. And there's so many guys like that. There's so many that don't get there. And it's not their fault necessarily. Sometimes it's circumstances, sometimes it's injury, sometimes it's bad luck. Stuff happens.
Yep. But then the question also becomes, what also does that do to the Zion 101 logo man?
I think the Zion 101 logo man could go through the charts until he tears his ACL, his MCL, his DDL, make up, Dance Dance Revolution, whatever else you got.
But
with his playing style, I could see him being injured repeatedly.
But it's one of those in which, like I said, you have this, personal sale, we'll call it, and you've got Golden, who has these auctions of these other 101 logo mans. It's like, what is that going to do to push the price on those? Because everybody's going to be like, well, if it sells for under $4.6 million and it's a LeBron, for instance, I'll speak specifically for the LeBron. Mm-hmm. If it goes for 1.5, to me, that's a steal because LeBron at least has the track record.
Comparatively, yes.
You look at Zion and, for those who are banking on the possibility of him being another LeBron, or anything of that caliber, Kobe Bryant, whoever you want to, compare him to. If that sells for $800,000, comparatively, that's a steal.
It is, yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what some of those auctions end up going for now because of that Doncic sale. And if there is some marketing involved in some of that, clever marketing.
You mean you need Ken Golden to get on a plane and circle the airfield so that he can make an Instagram live? He did an Instagram live from a beach or something, and I was like,
yeah, I watched
dude,
it.
This is literally the worst audio possible. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's been quarantined by his wife. So
Well,
he's
the thing is,
so,
when you fly around all over the place, then you do have to
Yep.
get into the quarantine thing. But I was like, you do realize the audio is heinous when you hang out on a beach, right?
yep,
Little wind.
Yeah, like it's really bad. Really
just
bad.
a little wind.
Like, look, there's only one person I can think of, like in the hobby, one that I can think of that can randomly hang around beside a body of water, like say Lake Superior. Like just one person that can pull this off successfully. Just one. Just one. I can't remember. The name escapes me. I have to think about it. But the point is, just one that I can think of. That's it. But
Well-
otherwise, like you gotta respect the audio, man.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm saying this like in all seriousness. Like it's so bad. It was so bad.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
I listened to it for like 2 minutes and I was like, I can't. Like no. When I do the podcast thing, I'm lamenting when I get closer to the present because there were a couple there where there were certain audio issues that were so bad, and I'm like, if I can't clean these up, I'm not uploading it. I'm skipping it. And I'm going to feel bad because it's like I enjoy putting the archives up there. I think it's kind of fun because there's good commentary. There's good discussion. I love the discussion. But I'm like, if the audio is shit, I'm not doing it. It's a podcast. For a podcast, I can't do bad audio. That's a no-go. That's a straight no-go.
Yeah. Also, I want to say I caught something else on Instagram that Ray Allen purchased his logo man from somebody.
Heard about that. Yeah.
So
I think
it's interesting to see we knew this was a thing. This was even before, Golden really came out and said it.
Yeah.
But a lot of us have kind of figured there's always that possibility that professional athletes or family of professional athletes aren't buying some of these cards. I mean, if I went back at some of my eBay sales, there's always a possibility that I could have sold a card to a professional athlete or their mother or father, brothers. Some of that would be assumptions, but if the names are the same, chances are I would say it's highly likely. But it's getting more mainstream social media attention these days, it seems. People are more apt to put stuff out there and stuff along those lines, card related.
Well, this is the one part where I agree 100% with Golden. Right now, it is cool. The only thing I will say, and I'm at the stage where, compared to a lot of folks, I'm fairly bearish. Not because I think things are going to go down today or tomorrow, but I'm like, okay, I said earlier, I treat a lot of my hobby stuff like a loss leader. I treat it like I'm getting my entertainment from this. This is okay. That's fine. But at the same time, I'm not actively seeking to throw as much money as possible into a loss leader. Like there's a limit. That's why I made reference to towards the tail end of the stream on Sunday. I said, I built my goals for this year strategically so that there's some of them that I could hit early in the year so that I could intentionally hit the decelerator. I'm not going to stop buying cards throughout the year, but I'm going to be really picky. I'm going to be a lot more selective. It's going to be like once the 2000 thing is something that I aspired to when I started keeping closer tabs on card count. And I was like, okay, I kind of want to get to that number and then work on these little individual components of it a little bit here and there. But then once I get there, we're going to work on some of these other projects. But what's going to happen is the mail day videos are maybe going to be a card or two. Maybe it'll be a longer story for why I picked certain card X, Y, Z. But the videos will be a little bit shorter for that. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop making videos. I'm already like at 20 videos on the channel right now into the beginning of March. So the output is not slowing down. But the amount of cards coming in will. But that's okay. Because it's like, I'm going to choose for some quality over quantity. I'm going to focus on certain specific things. Also, I got other projects and things I'm working on. I will try to get that heat pump in the next year or so. Because it's misery being cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Like it gets old, Steve. It's like I've run into the point where I have a conversation with Carlos Senior, and he goes, "You know what the problem is?" He goes, "What's that?" The problem is you're old. And he goes, "How's that a problem?" Well, I just want to remind you, you're old. The problem is that I'm old too, and I'm getting older, and that kind of sucks. So it's like, all right, I don't want to be uncomfortable. In addition to being older, I'd like to be a little more comfortable. That'd be nice. That'd be all right. Let's do that. Let's do that instead. So I'd rather buy the heat pump than I do buying a Kobe rookie or something. Let's do that.
That's an interesting question, though, Vinny. It's right now. I don't think any of us can answer that, even if we wanted to.
But that was kind of that was the reason, that was what I presented during the Luka Doncic thing. I said we don't know, because I've asked collecting folks this. I go, well, let's say Luka Doncic compares well with a Hall of Famer, but not like a Pantheon Hall of Famer, but a good Hall of Famer. Is that enough to be okay with the price that you're doing that's being paid right now? If the answer's no, then maybe you're overpaying. If you can project Luka to match up with, I use Dirk Nowitzki as an example just because he played in Dallas, but you can pick anybody else you want that isn't a Pantheon Hall of Famer, but it's still a Hall of Famer, a basketball Hall of Famer. Pick somebody else if you want. If that's not good enough, where this price makes sense, that should be problematic. Because it means then what are you paying for? You're paying on the potential of what? I just projected out to a Hall of Fame career, and that wasn't good enough for you.
Yeah.
Then what? Then it has to be Jordan? It has to be like up in that category? Like it has to be? LeBron Jordan, by the way, the Kobe thing makes me laugh. It's still very fun for me. I love the Kobe thing. It makes me so happy because it's like, none of you thought Kobe was a Pantheon player until he died.
Yep.
Nobody did. Kobe's family didn't think he was a Pantheon player until he died. He was a great player. 5 championships, Lakers, great player, great performances, great scorer, all of these things. Nobody thought he was a Pantheon player until he died.
Yep.
Unless you were a Los Angeles Lakers superfan who blinded yourself to the rest of basketball history. None of you thought he was that caliber player until he died. But okay, fine, whatever. That's where we are today. Fine, great.
Yeah, which is the unfortunate aspect of certain situations and circumstances.
Very much so. But it's like, okay, well, I guess he got an appreciation. Maybe above what he deserves, unfortunately, but he was a great basketball player. I'm not going to deny he was. But it's one of those, but it's interesting. Like, I don't think he was in that conversation. That's why I laugh, because sometimes I'll be like, why isn't Kobe in the GOAT conversation? Because he was never in the GOAT conversation.
Yep.
Nobody thought he was in the GOAT conversation. Nobody.
It was always Jordan and LeBron.
Yeah, like literally, he was never in there.
Yep. Yep. Always between those two.
Yeah. And the thing is, like I said, he was a great player in his day, a great scorer. He did win championships, a fair number of them, 5 championships. It's a big deal. You know who else won 5 championships? Tim Duncan.
Yep.
Nobody talks about him in that level. Nobody.
He's getting some respect though.
He's starting to. But just for the record, I bought a Tim Duncan SPX rookie on ComC for $5. I bought it for $1 per championship. I'm not even a basketball guy. I don't care about basketball, but I looked at it and it was $5. I'll buy it for $5. Sure.
Yeah, I'd buy that all day and twice on.
It was available. Like, this was during the run-up. Nobody was fighting me for it. I bought it for $5.
Now that would be a time in which somebody would be kicking themselves in the ass for not adjusting prices.
but that's why when I was talking to Bob about the thing, it's like, you can't. If you think you're smart, if you think that you've been in the hobby long enough to be able to figure out the obvious, I don't even like basketball. The sport bores me. But I looked at a Tim Duncan rookie for $5 and I was like,
okay.
Sure. I don't even know what I'm going to do with this, but what the hell? For $5, we'll give it a go. I suddenly was possessed by the spirit of Dave Archer. I had to buy it. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what happened. It was weird.
So the question is, do you still have it?
Yeah, I do.
Are you planning on grading it?
More than likely, at some point, I will. It's one of those things where it's sitting there. I'm not in a. When it comes to grading, I hate mailing stuff for grading. I loathe it. This is where, unfortunately, the pandemic really is. Really hampers the plans, because we got platinum promotions out here that they dub themselves PSA Canada, and they actually do get preferable rates from PSA and stuff like that, and they actually got extended preferable rates. I made tiny reference to that, and that's why I said like PSA Canada might be getting. So I said check with your bulk submitter if they were able to get a deal. I can tell you PSA Canada got grandfathered with the old rate into March. So if somebody submits with them this month, they're still getting the previous rate, at least for one more month. So I'm just putting it out there. Check with your bulk submitter. See if they were able to reach out to PSA and make a deal. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I can't promise. Your mileage may vary. That's all I'm saying. But I like what they do. Their service is good. They're very responsive. They do a good job of telling people, so that's good. But the problem that we run into is that I hate mailing shit out. For that, I really hate it. Like grading is such a nuisance to me. Like, I would almost pay somebody to fill in my forms and do that shit for me. Like, I actually would. I'd be like, okay, look, just fill in the forms. I don't even want to deal with this shit. Like, I just hate it. It's
well, it confuses me still because I've never done them. So that's.
It's not too bad, to be honest with you. I filled in a couple of them. Like, hold on. I'm lazy. Like, I literally have this sitting on the desk. Like,
oh, he's back.
Here's the old one. Now, this shit is out of date now, but, like, it works.
Oh, not anymore.
Exactly. Exactly. So you can see, like, they scratched out stuff and things. Like, this was from, like, a show in 2019, at the end of 2019. But the thing is, what I liked about Platinum Promotions is that because I don't grade very often, they will actually, like, if you fill it out and do whatever, they will actually go in and I'll walk over to the booth and I'll be like, can you just double check this for me and make sure that it's filled out properly? Can you quickly run through it?
Hello.
And they will actually sit there and like quickly go through and go, yep, looks good. You got the proper thing filled out. We're good to, yep, I'll take that from you. You're good to go. And then we're solved. I prefer handing it off in person to be like, here are the cards. Here's the form. Are we good? Is there anything off that would create a problem? I will refill the form right now. And if we're good, great. And the last time they had any kind of delay, it was during the holidays. They said, hey, we can ship it out for you now. Get Christmas rush. It might be a bit of a problem. If you look, do you want us to ship it out in the new year? And then it'll be a little bit quicker to you. And then I said, yeah, ship it out in the new year. That's fine. That's good service. So it's like, great. Yeah. So that's why I don't mind patronizing their services, because the rate was reasonable and they will double check the forms and everything and then reach out to you if there's any issue.
Gotcha.
Now, with the LeBron logo, man, how much of a difference, because a lot of these collectors are the so-called new money coming in, and most of that rookie stuff has always been player worn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing LeBron is, again, more than likely going to be a game used. How much of a difference do you think that makes for the new collectors? How much, and again, I don't know if it's notated or as such on or in the description of the auction or whatnot, but how much do you think that matters to anybody that's really rolled in the hobby within the last 12 to 18 months with all this fun new money pouring in like a dam that's been broken?
That is a really, so another phrase that is rarely stated. Amish Dave Archer, that is a phenomenal question by you. A phenomenal question. A well-structured and brilliantly articulated question. I thank you for that. Without a doubt, like, without question. But I guess it depends on this, because this is what I argued with Jeremy in the first part of my stream last time around. I was arguing with him. How much smart do you think these buyers are?
Mm-hmm.
Are they sophisticated buyers where that's a factor for them, or are they just like, oh, it says LeBron
Yeah,
bid?
the latter.
Yeah, like I'm very much in the mindset, like, I fully acknowledge that, like, you know, I like to be a hobby grump in many ways. I am those guys from the Muppet Show who are like, this all sucks. I like being one of those guys. It's fun. It's fun. And actually, I'll spoil this for you. I kind of want to make another video in the next little while where I'm like, I started making videos about sports cards, and Bob knows this because I said, this shit sucks. I've been watching a lot of content lately. This shit sucks again. It really does. But no, it's really, like, some of it's really gotten derivative and really bad. Like, it's lazy. Like, there's so much folks putting out content that's lazy. At least Bob knows. At least Bob knows it's not good, so he doesn't put out videos anymore. He retired. He stopped making videos years ago, I think.
I'm just resting on my laurels.
Yeah. Like, at this point, when he makes a video, he's just so he can stare into the camera in a creepy fashion and, like, show albums or something. Like, I think that's all he does now. That's it. But that's your lane. So that's something. It's good.
I play to my strengths. You know?
Well, yeah, you're looking creepy, vaguely homeless. Yes, that is one of your strengths. Ed is going to be giving crypto advice, so that's what he does now. Crypto Griff. Look out for the new YouTube channel. That's going to be great. I'll subscribe. I'll be one of the first subscribers. That'll be awesome.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm on it, man. But yeah, a lot of it's gotten lazy and derivative. Like, I'm saying this seriously. Like, a lot of it has gotten lazy and derivative. Because I watch a lot of hobby content because I want to understand what's going on out there. And I do think it's lazy and derivative, and I will explain why. For reasons. I will explain it. But when it comes to something like the LeBron logo man, though, when it comes to these new folks, it's just the name. Whatever the name is, that's the most important piece. Is it the name? Is it in the holder? Like, is it, are you good to go? Because I was, while we were talking, I pulled up the King Golden's auction so I could look at it. And the LeBron, signature logo man it's listed as an authentic. It's a 1 of 1. Autograph is a 10. Autograph's a bit smudged, but it's not exactly 10 for me, but fine. Sure. Whatever. But it is a trading card personally autographed. I'm just looking to see. Authentic piece of a patch from a jersey worn by LeBron James in an NBA game. So game use piece, to your point, Dave. On paper, this should be good. Like, all these things should factor in to make this a really compelling sale. I guess it depends on whether they want to hop on the LeBron bandwagon, who's an established star, as opposed to trying to go for the, I guess, potential of Luka to maybe be a great player, maybe not. We'll see in 10 years. Get back to me on that. But that's the problem. Like, even if Luka becomes an all-time great player, we won't know 100% whether he's a Pantheon level player for 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, we actually have to wait a really long time to figure that out.
And what if he's just as good as, let's say, Magic Johnson?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is that good enough?
Yeah. And I mean, if you're in the 80s, yeah, you Showtime, Magic Johnson, that's great. But as time has gone on, I'm not saying his game or the way he played or the revolutionized that point forward position changes, but at the same time, you have so many
Players of the same sort of talent level that made Magic Johnson, wow, he's 6'8", he's a point guard. No, he's not. Now it's like, well, everybody. Giannis is playing point center, point power forward, coming up the floor at 7 feet. Instead of being that once a lifetime player, now it's like, okay, Magic Johnson is like a 800 in a lifetime.
It's like run of the mill player.
Yeah, it's you go from
your
something.
Your sixth mans are like Magic Johnson now.
You go from something incredibly special, and again, if you watch Magic in his heyday, he was. But now it's everybody better than Magic Johnson was in Magic Johnson's heyday. So even if Luke is as good as him, and I don't think he'll win as many titles as that Lakers team did.
I was about to ask the question, like, does that work if he wins less than 5 titles? Because Magic has 5 rings.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd be like the poor man's Magic.
Great.
So
Well, it's no different though than look at the sale of the Giannis and what it sold for last auction or the auction before.
Mhm.
which one?
Is-
Which one was it?
The Logo Man?
Like an these are all.
I don't know if it
logo
was a logo man or if it was an RPA or something, but I mean, it sold for stupid money.
I mean,
The Logo Man went over a mil. I don't know if it was the NT. I think went over like 1.2 or 1.8.
is National Treasures the highest end Panini product, or is that
Flawless.
Yeah,
Flawless.
no.
But I just like to point out Charizard currently PSA 10 selling at 325K, which is currently selling more than a 48 leaf PSA 7 Jackie Robinson rookie.
Oh, most definitely.
This was the other one I was thinking.
Charizard had a way better career than Jackie Robinson.
But Charizard can't tear an ACL. Charizard's career is unimpeachable.
Charizard literally broke every color barrier anywhere.
Yes, multiple color barriers.
I wish I could get to that.
But he's not in the Hall of Fame.
We need to get a Pokemon Hall of Fame is what we need right now. Maybe you can get into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. Apparently anybody can get in there. I hear.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yeah, supposedly.
No, that's not even allegedly. That's
You just
Yeah.
have to make the key to the YouTube Hall of Fame is you just have to make like,
Creepy
3 months
videos where you look
3
kind of vaguely
months.
homeless, yes.
3 months before the announcement of the Hall of Fame. You just have to make some quality videos that maybe people would remember, and that's it, man. And then you never have to do another video again, unless you're doing a live stream with your dad opening packs. That's pretty much it. All you got to do.
So you're saying that in order to get to the YouTube Hall of Fame, we have to do a live stream with your dad in order to get into the YouTube Hall of Fame.
Right.
That's an
exactly.
interesting strategy. That could work. I suppose that's fair.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
I assume that's what you meant.
well, I guess I'm road tripping out to Pennsylvania.
Well, listen, I'm too lazy to
Big
go all the
Bob
way
will
out to.
travel.
I'm too lazy to go all the way out to Pennsylvania. I'll use my knockoff version. I'll just use Carl Senior. He's kind of an
Ginger bro.
asshole, so that would work. It'll be fine.
So is that your younger brother?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, even my younger brother's like older than I am now, so it works. It's great.
That's the crazy hobby times that we live in.
It is. It is. Well, I enjoy pointing out to him because, like I said, as a good older brother, I have to point out things to my younger brother. Part of the deal. And number one, and Steve knows this already. I've spoken this to Steve and Dave. My younger brother is Roberto Carlos, so he's like half a Carlos. So he's like not even like a full Carlos. Like he's kind of trash. But the point is that in addition to that, he's the only person in the family. My dad, old as he is, Carlos Senior, he's old as dirt. He's older than
old.
anyone can remember. He's older than recorded history, like older. But the point is, even still, full head of fully gray Bob Barker hair. Full head of it. My grandfather, Jorge Alcazar, had cancer for 20 years, lived off an oxygen tank for it until he finally died because he got bored. That's what happened, basically, at the tail end there. Full head of hair. And then my younger brother, receding hairline that would make LeBron proud. I'm like, so I've been saying you're the mailman's kid for decades. You confirmed. You're it, homie. I don't know what to tell you. Your age should get like 4 times the rate that I am. I'm approaching 40, but you're at like 65 right now. Like it's getting worse. God damn. Jesus. You didn't get hit by the ugly tree. You got smacked upside the face by every branch along the way down, and then it put the boots to you for good measure. Good Lord.
Got them crow's feet.
It's not good, man. It's not good.
Well, and on that note,
I just figured it'd be a beautiful opportunity to set the groundwork on there.
No, fantastic. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark.
It's your call, Dave. I've already made fun of as many family members as I got.
We failed miserably the last 2 go rounds, but we haven't done anything else as of late. So I guess for this month, it doesn't matter, right?
It resets every month.
Steve, I have to call you out on your own podcast
Ooh.
because you had briefly shown that Post-it note, but didn't explain anything. I'm the only one who knows what that was.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody because there was in the middle of the conversation.
Yeah.
So funny story. So I had alluded to this earlier. I made a purchase from Bob. And by the way, that got here really freaking quick.
It did, man.
So, and I'm going to call you out though too. Lay off on all the excess tape and additional bubble mailers and everything else. That thing took me like 10 minutes to fucking open.
Dude, nobody complains about overpacking. You only complain about when somebody packs your card in like Dave's guy from Sweden or whatever he did that.
No, I can still bitch about the overpacking because it took me 10 minutes to open the damn thing.
But at least then you could have recorded it and it would have been funny.
No.
Be like, you could have gone to it with like a chainsaw or like it could have been a whole thing.
So
And
the
anyway.
reason I do that, Steve, is because
He hates people and wants them to suffer.
That's right. That piggybacked onto that is like the. So did I do the bubble mailer and then the one inside the bubble mailer?
You did 3.
Like
There was
I didn't
3.
do 3 layers.
Yes,
3
you
layers?
did 3 layers.
Only 3, you amateur. Carlos Senior would have done at least 7 or 8 layers. I'm speaking from experience.
Hey, so
If they didn't already pick up the trash, I would have showed you.
when I
3.
got onto YouTube, some of the first videos I saw were like people bitching about eBay sellers like sending them something, so I was like, all right, I'm never gonna be that guy, I promise. So like I overpack just because I don't want to be that guy.
I'm giving you shit, Bob. Let's be
That's
real.
fine.
You don't have to justify since you were going to call me out on my own podcast.
And I got all those supplies from work, so don't tell anybody.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Good.
But so I made a purchase from Bob, and he had a little Post-it note on it, and that's what I was showing earlier. So it's I.R.P. and then it says rules, and then he's got like a little doodle.
Yeah, so Steve's texts me. He sends me a picture of the Post-it note and says, "What's IRP?" And I was like, "What is IRP? Really?"
So Insert Revolution Podcast is what it stood for. So Insert Revolution Podcast rules, and I was like, and then the laughing smiley faces. I was like, I was doing Google searches to try and figure out what the F that meant.
It's all good. And admittedly, I would have done the same exact thing because of the minute somebody said something I don't know, I ask Google so I can pretend to be smart.
Well, because it's like because one of them was like, what was it? Invest rate potential or something along that. I'm like,
Not wrong. Continue as you were. Yes.
so it was like, I'm like,
If he had put the hashtag in front of the I, it would have been legit.
Right.
well, then maybe I could have put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Then maybe it would have worked.
Yeah.
But I thought it was quite humorous and quite funny.
So what you're saying is the picture of the sticky note is going to be the first piece of Insert Revolution podcast merch.
No,
Just like,
it is not for sale.
but you can take a picture of it. That could be for sale.
That picture
There
of
you
that
go.
guy, that's pretty much
That's what I'm saying.
That is like that's like a self-portrait of pretty much your audience, basically. That's what we all
Post a note that says IRP rules.
You missed the doodle though. It's like a bald dude.
just like, with like the blankest stare, like dead eyes,
Well, the dead eye. You had me sold at dead eyes. Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
that seems about right. That seems about right. Yeah.
So take a picture of the Post-it note. We can do it in 4x6, 8x10, 11x20s. Let's see. What can we sell those for?
Dude, you gotta start with t-shirts. That's the first merch you gotta get.
You should literally put that on a shirt. The Post-it note. Don't explain anything. Do not explain a single damn thing.
It's gotta be like right here. The old like horse or whatever on like the kids' shirts or whatnot.
Yeah,
It's gotta
right.
be right there.
The less you explain, the better it'll be.
That's perfect. Just put IRP in that space, and people are like, "What the fuck is that?"
People are gonna think you like misspelled R.I.P. You know, and just somebody died or whatever.
It could be.
A bad tattoo. Like, who's that?
What the hell's your problem? RIP doesn't rule. What do you mean?
Hey,
That's not what it says. Can you read?
dyslexia.
Ay.
I mean, I can keep babbling to get you to the official 4-hour mark, but if you need,
Well,
to,
close enough. Like I feel like you have to
Yeah.
cross the 4-hour mark.
Oh, we babbling to get to 4 hours. That's the easy part because
Yeah.
Dave will have his closing monologue, and that should
True.
take us right to the 4 hour
4.5,
mark.
5-hour mark. Yeah,
when he does.
true. Fact.
No, this isn't the superior rant, so no, it's not going to be that long.
Oh, okay.
You're forgetting the context here.
There are no other superior rants. There is only
This
one.
is the streamlined version. Got it. Okay.
I will ask.
The one question though that I thought of earlier too, where
Ooh, he thought of a question. Please continue.
He thought of this question 2 hours ago, and he's been.
Yes, probably. Yes.
The truth, well, closer probably to 3, but what would the number be for if somebody came to you with legitimate money, not the alleged money,
Hmm.
legitimate cash money, and offered X amount for your collection? What would be? It doesn't even have to be the basement. What would be the number? They threw out a huge number. What would be that number where you? I wouldn't say it's a slam dunk, home run, whatever the acronym you want to put in there. Would be that number where you just said, well, shit, that's stupid money. I can't. Even with the memories, even I know, Carlos, you don't care about cards and whatnot or whatever.
No, like this is literally a front. I told you. I thought I explained this already. It was a front to get into a movie.
I don't think anybody liked my participants and roles for the movie the other night. Joe
Well, I
didn't
saw a bunch of the stuff you were coming up with. I think we need to have a discussion about your casting decisions. Your configuration, like your screenwriting and casting, and basically anything you come up with, we need to review by committee.
I'll have to check it out. I didn't see that one yet.
It's interesting, and Joe kept going back to that. I think by the third time, I'm like, you know what? I got to go to sleep. I got to get up in the morning.
I didn't mind though. I kind of was enjoying that Joe was kind of having fun with it, and I was just sitting there. Listen, all I wanted was just the Indiana Jones thing with the Rock. That's all I needed. That's all I was shooting for. That's all I wanted in there somehow.
To answer your question, Dave.
$47.56.
So yeah, so right now the cards that are in my collection, it's probably closer to that amount since all my good cards are like in the mail.
Fact. Correct. And like just outside my door right now. But please
Unless
continue.
you need like some 2020 Topps update Randy Arozarena rookies. I got you covered there. I mean, I don't know. It seems funny to put a number on your whole collection.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Are you talking whole collection or my Terrell Davis collection?
So I'm interpreting it as like everything hobby or collectible related. I would it's inflated a little bit, but in order for me to like get rid of it all and be just like walk away, I'd say 150
million.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
$150. Please continue.
No, I mean,
150 yen.
it's probably half of that, to be honest. But like in order for me to like be comfortable and walking away from like any potential future gains, maybe, I would say just let's double it. Give me 150 and let's go.
With the number of cards that I have, I'd be. Bob, this is why I'm surprised you didn't go this route. I'm probably sitting on anywhere between 250 and 300,000, give or take, across the collection. A buck a card. So I mean, that's 250, $300,000.
But who's paying you a buck for your common cart? They're even if
That's
Beckett,
how I.
It averages out though. Like if you
That's
take
what
the
I'm
I hear
getting
you.
higher
at.
value cards, like basically
you
the
got
commons are like a toss
$1,000 card. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. That's a weird. It's a great question because
Thoughts
like it,
about this?
it makes me think of like, okay, like what's it all worth, um, or what's it worth for you to like get rid of it all? What would it take for somebody to like buy it all and for you to get rid of it?
And it goes back to the topic of tonight's show. So
Yeah.
even at the
Yep.
4 hour mark, we can continue.
Look
So
at you,
at the
full
4 hour
circle.
mark, we're hitting the topic. I
No,
like
we hit the topic early on. That was the first part of the show. He's closing off the topic, so to speak, by asking
You're
that one question.
you're
Let me go.
bookending the topic with the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes.
No,
Okay, I got
the
it.
first 40. Well, actually, it was after the first
You had a
30
market
minutes.
discussion first. You had a market discussion first.
That's true. After the first 30 minutes, it was market, and then we went on the topic for 45 minutes to an hour. And Carlos, $47.56 for your collection. I'll send you PayPal right now. Box
No,
it
that was
up.
for
Ship
Bob's.
it.
When
Yeah.
Bob was
Oh, I thought you were alluding to yours.
I'm sure I
I
can
don't
find a card for you for $47.56.
No, we're talking collection.
Yeah, that's the price. Fine. You know what, Steve? For you, I will sell you my entire collection for $46.57. Now, shipping and handling
Is 200,000.
is $250,000. So, but the collection is $46.57.
Did you see there was the Jordan rookie sale where it was like the card was $10, but it was like
$100,000.
$8,000 in shipping or
Oh,
something.
people do that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
But
that
But here's the thing. What's interesting, and I want to say, if memory serves me right, before the whole tax thing came into play, and some of that other stuff, if you sold something more or a higher value in shipping, there was like a somewhat of a cost savings when it came to final value fees and other stuff because it wasn't fully calculating it based on shipping.
Sure. And
But
then
they
if
fixed that some time ago.
if they returned it, or if you were, you'd only get like $10 back or something, right?
Well, yeah, because it would be the total value of the sale, which defeats the whole purpose, and that's
You'd be less likely to return it, right?
What used to be years ago that before, of course, eBay smartened up to it is that in the old days of eBay, it used to be like, yeah, it's $1 card, it's $45 shipping.
Yep.
Because you didn't get hit with the final value fee on the shipping. It was like, yeah,
Yep.
sure. Yeah, card's cheap. Shipping, handling.
So I wasn't off in my assessment because that was a thing for quite a few years.
You used to be able to make your money on shipping. Yeah, 100%. You used to be able to overcharge on shipping and be like, yeah, sure, the card's $1.
$10 shipping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Now
Okay,
it's
so I
all
wasn't
put together.
off.
I'm a free shipping guy.
I'm not.
Because I feel like that I never spend more than $4 in shipping, and if like I'm selling a card that $4 is gonna make or break me, I'm selling the wrong card.
Yeah, well, the problem is in modern day, Bob, where returns are the order of the day, every
Yeah.
single card that I bother to sell is going to have tracking on it.
Yep.
So like
Yeah.
immediately I have to factor that tracking in. And this isn't like where you guys add in a couple of cents or $1 or whatever to put tracking on. If I say tracking, domestically it's like a $10
For you,
for me
yeah.
for me to do tracking. If I send it,
Yeah.
if I send it to the US, it's like 13, $14
wow.
automatically without even a discussion.
Yeah, I mean that's a. Typically I know I'm under $4 anyway, so if I know it's something, so for the Pat Mahomes, because I was thinking it's higher dollar, maybe I'll end up
Insure it.
paying like, yeah, I pay like $7 or whatever for it, I don't know, but I don't, whatever. I feel like if, I don't know, maybe it's just in my head, but like if there's two auctions and one is free shipping and one is not, I might get the upper hand, but who knows?
And in certain situations, that's possible, depending on what the other seller is charging and shipping.
For some
But
folks it's a big difference.
$4 is not unreasonable because though, although Bob gets his stuff from where he works,
Allegedly.
some of us don't have that option, so that is a cost.
I don't know about you, Steve, but I get my stuff from Bob's work too.
I think I need to also, because
Yeah,
then
you
maybe
gotta
I can
get in
do
on this,
free
buddy.
shipping.
You got to get in on this, bro. It's good stuff.
Dude, my company spends a lot of money on mailing products.
Yeah, most of it because they have to
Strangely
ship it to Canada. Like it's troublesome. It's a lot.
Yep. But then again, I also buy in bulk. I mean, I'm still sitting on my case of bubble mailers that I've had for a year. So, and that's because I haven't sold anything in a while. But, bubble mailers cost money, top loaders cost
Listen,
money.
some people collect cards, some people collect top mailers. No judgment here.
Carlos, how is Steve just mentioned real quick about like supply? Is supply
His collection of bubble mailers, yes. Continue.
severely limited and very expensive for you to get?
Get what?
Like,
Bubble
Supplies.
mailers?
Supplies.
Oh, supplies?
Top loaders, soft sleeves, like penny sleeves, like those types of things.
No, a lot of the dealers do get it, but the price has gone up. Like it's what happens. It's gotten to the point where it really has become a lot more expensive.
Do you have an idea of what I've got two local shops. One is selling top loaders for $4.50. The other one is $6 a pack. So it's like
It's closer to the 6. These
Yeah.
days, for a lot of them, a lot of the local ones, it's closer to 6 or 7.
for 25 top loaders. That's freaking crazy.
Yeah, like it's a lot. And the one that, and then imagine one touches and stuff like that. It gets a little bit tricky. It gets a little expensive.
Yeah.
Because when you're collecting and you're picking up stuff, you're like, okay, well, I kind of want to put some of the stuff in one touch just because it's a little nicer.
Right.
For display purposes, it looks a little better. Plus the top loaders you get from eBay and stuff, like half the time, I'll still get sellers all the time that like, oh, we'll just put like regular like tape. And I'm like, no,
Yeah, right.
no, not Scotch tape. You did not do Scotch tape. And it's like, this is not hard. When I do ship something out, it's like, I put it in a team bag. This is not that hard. It's team bag. Just put it in a team bag. And then on the outside of that, you can tape whatever you want.
Right.
Like, it's easy. If you put it in the team bag, guess what? Use Scotch tape for the rest of it. Who cares then? You resolve the problem.
Yep.
It's such laziness. It's such laziness. It's frustrating. But yeah, though that's the one thing that I'll be like supply wise. I would love to be able to then have the supplies be priced normally again.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I would love to go and swap out a lot of the stuff. In the meantime, I have to leave a lot of the stuff in the top loaders that it's in. I'm like, I'm okay. I'm not gonna shell out a bunch of cash right now at the inflated price if I don't already have the supplies on hand. Not gonna do that.
Yeah, that's why I still have a crap ton of stuff in the Terrell Davis collection that has yellow top loaders.
Yeah, it's like
know,
we're not gonna go there.
The taped ones and stuff, if it's not a substantial amount, I will go ahead and swap those out usually. But the yellow ones, when I look through, because I mean, my collection is, I've had it for a while. Mm-hmm. Shit does yellow. It does happen. But I mean, I'd rather use what top loaders I do have to focus on some of the newer stuff, getting rid of those with the tape residue and stuff along those lines.
Well, the bad one has been a lot of times for some of the newer cards. This is newer stuff. Is that a lot of them will be like from breakers, and they'll put their own custom sticker on it.
Yep.
And I'm like, you just ruined a one touch, or you ruined a top loader, or whatever the case may be. I'm like, I don't need your stupid sticker.
Yep.
Just put it in the proper thing and ship it that way. What's wrong with you?
It's that tamper-proof seal. So if you decide you want to return it, it has to be in the condition in which it was shipped.
It's
I don't-
facts.
I don't disagree with you. I think it's. I get it, but at the same time, I don't like it. It ruins. It ruins the top loader. It ruins the mag. It makes no sense.
Yep.
Because
Could be worse though. Leaf has an inconsistency with this. That's one of the things that I enjoy the most about Leaf, because sometimes they'll put stuff in one touches, and with their own sticker. That's the Leaf sticker. But then sometimes a similar card in the same subset will be in a top loader with the same sticker. I'll be like, you sold this product at like $100 a pack, and you couldn't afford a one touch for all of them. You cheap bastard! You cheap bastard! What's wrong with you?
It is Leaf.
God damn it, son! You're spending $1 million a month on cards. You brag about this. You can afford a one touch.
right. That is fair.
That's like say, Brian, you and I are gonna have to have words about this. Top loader with your stupid sticker on it. What the fuck, bruh?
What are you
When you
thinking?
say that, because like when I say like I'd been in the hobby, but like when I came into YouTube, there were a number of things that like I had to kind of like get hip to, and like Scotch tape on top loaders was one thing that I would hear repeatedly that was a no. So yeah, you just don't do it. But there's other people
The sevens
just
flap
don't
though
care.
works wonders.
Dude, I didn't know that so I sort of take you guys call it the sevens flap, but I didn't know about the sevens flap, and I started to do that. I'm like, because you think like, oh, it'd be cool if I got a card and it had this little flap on it, so I'm gonna do it for that guy. And I've gone even as far as like being real nerdy and like in all caps on that little flap, I write in all caps, peel, just to be that kind of real douche.
I actually got a few buyers back in the day that thanked me for doing that.
Really?
Yep.
I've been better at my eBay sales. I've been better at like when a sale goes through, like sending that person like a thank you message. I know that sounds corny, but like
I write it on the printout. Thank you for
Yeah.
your purchase, and then I sign it.
yeah, I just say I send them a thank you for your purchase. You know, it'll be packed up and ready to go to send out tomorrow type of thing. Um, I don't know. Just seems like that would, if I was the buyer, it'd be kind of give me some sort of like reassurance if like the seller was like, yeah, this is coming I'm getting this card no matter what. It's coming my way type of thing.
It's customer service though, man, and that's the thing, which is a dying breed, especially with a lot of the sellers these days.
I learned all my customer service and how to treat people from Carlos. So
Then
Exactly.
you'd be losing business.
No, on eBay I'm good. On eBay I'm good. It was funny you mentioned that. It's like that's literally what I write. The only thing I say is I say like I'll say like sincerely, and then I'll sign, and then as far as I'm concerned, it's a value. You got my signature in there. That's free. Congratulations.
No, I've always done that though.
Yeah, it's the little things, like when people do it to you, you're like, oh, that's a cool thing to do. Maybe I should do that when I do it.
For eBay that works, and if it's a transaction that's like an offline, well, not offline, but like separate from eBay transaction,
Okay.
then usually I'll jot down a little note because Paul knows that I actually hand write a note.
So, okay, let me ask you this, because that you said offline, and it jarred my memory.
I It's sort of offline. I consider eBay sort of offline.
Okay,
if eBay was
so
sort of
so
offline.
here's the thing. There's been times when I put I know you're trying to end the show, and I'm sorry, but like it's an honest question that I would like an answer for, if possible. Like,
No.
so somebody, so I list a card. If I put no, like I purposely put no best offers because I'm not the market is so volatile. I don't know what to put on it. So I'm just going to let it go to auction. And inevitably I get people like, "Hey, will you take this? Will you take that?" And I have to say, I deliberately put no offers because of this reason. I'm not sure what, so you might be able to get it cheaper than even what you think, because who knows.
No
Um,
fucker. Can you read? That should be your
so
response.
right.
Again, we're back to Steve questioning my customer service. Please go on. Continue.
But so when a buyer, I've been asked like directly, like, "Hey, I'll give you X amount of dollars, just end the auction essentially, and we'll take care of it offline, like outside of eBay basically." And I've never been comfortable with that, like, 'cause I feel like I hear like, "Oh, they monitor your like messages, and if you have like an email address in your message, they're gonna like flag you and say you sold it off a line and blah 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 and all this stuff." So like I've never really done that, but
It's not
like,
illegal. They
so one,
frown against it.
Yeah,
yeah,
the eBay can come at it from the terms of service perspective because they don't like you trying to arrange deals separate
yeah,
from. But to Steve's point, nothing that happens on eBay, unless you're literally selling something that's illegal, is illegal.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
Now
no
you have
illegalities to it.
you have to
can't-
get tricky with how you give them your email
Well,
address.
it's
Correct.
funny you say that, because
You have to
like
be creative.
I asked some guys that same question when this was happening, and like, well, JT Triple Crown 24 sent me like a snippet of like, well, this has happened to me, and this is sort of how I did it. And he just sort of spells out like
Yeah.
Google
Do
electronic mailing
it.
service,
Do it
and
up and down. Do it vertical. You can actually type out, and don't put the ampersand. Put at.
right, of course,
And then if it's Google, you can just say Google. Most people know Google is Gmail.
email, right. Yeah, so
You can
it's
do it
kind
with
of, and it worked.
spaces.
It worked.
Yep.
The guy, we didn't ended up making a deal or anything, but like I was able to sort of like, we kind of like knew where. Well, I put it out there, and he picked up on it pretty quickly, obviously. So
Yeah,
I didn't
most
realize
people
that
do.
that was right, and that was all new to me. Like, he's not gonna get this, and then sure enough, obviously he did. So
Brad also sent it in a picture. That works too.
Yeah,
okay,
see,
you can attach. You can put an attachment on there.
Yep. Take a picture of your email. Write it out and take a picture of it. That works too. Yep.
yeah,
And
that's
I
actually
see
probably
comments.
easier. That's a lot easier.
I can send to Northcutt fan at the mail that is hot, and I'll put like MALE, so it'll be they'll never pick it up.
So Bob will be taking a creepy picture with a piece of paper that says "Send money to this,"
So
and just like,
yeah, to HOTMALE Hotmail. I'm like, that's gonna take me to a whole different place.
Yeah,
Well, don't type it in a search
engine.
Right. Or if you do, don't tell anybody about it.
Just remember, always if you do it offline, always do it as goods, because then you're protected.
All right.
The only time you do friends and family, i.e., our arrangement,
It's when they're friends and family, for real.
and I put nothing else in there. It was strictly what our arranged deal was, and that was it. End of conversation.
I didn't know that early on too. I had to learn, like, don't put your address in the notes to
Nope.
a PayPal transaction.
Well-
I'm like,
That was
sorry,
that was the breaker rule thing.
yeah.
For those that did it as goods, it gave your address,
Yeah, right.
when you did something as goods, because they do have something to ship, but it's like one pack of football cards. And then if you did it as friends and family, the only way that a lot of breakers would let you do friends and family, although it was a benefit to them, is if they knew you and they already had your address.
Yeah, you've been a previous purchaser or something.
Yep.
But you don't do friends and family unless you 100% trust somebody.
Yeah,
And when it comes to eBay, always goods.
don't
Always.
trust anybody.
Well, it's no
Especially
different.
guys named Carlos.
After we made our deal, you were like, hey, I'll send you tracking later. I said, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Because
right.
I have informed delivery, so it's going to pull up. I had a feeling you would ship it via tracking. Even if you didn't, I would still get a picture of it at some point when it was coming to my mailbox.
So I didn't know what informed delivery was, but I assumed it was something special. So
Sign up through it with the postal service. If it's available, it's free. They send you an email every day that there is something in your mail. And they are images of what's in the mail usually, unless it's an image that they can't present, which is normally like a magazine or something.
Right.
And then it at the bottom it has packages arriving today or arriving soon. And it's got
Okay.
the tracking number there if it's shipped through United States Postal Service. So you'll always know what you have coming to you.
I'm
My
secretly hoping the
picture,
day
like-
comes that they become like Amazon when they had the similar thing with the pictures, where it's like Steve gets the email and says, "Oh, package here," and then it's like some dude in Tijuana, Mexico, like on a beach somewhere with their package, and it's like, "There's your picture, there's your package, come and get it."
my picture would look like a sorting facility.
Well, that's why I always found it funny when Amazon would take a picture, because the driver would take a
Package.
picture of the package, and that's how I find out that they left it at the parking garage downstairs in the wrong section entirely. And I'd be like, "You're an idiot. You have one job, and literally you couldn't do that one job, and then you took pictures to prove your idiocy to me."
Right.
I'm convinced.
Not only do you suck at your job, but you've just proved it to me through photographic evidence.
It's correct. And then I could go on Amazon and download the picture for posterity. It's like, yes, you are that stupid. Yes. Good job.
That's hilarious.
All right, Dave, wrap us up. We're coming up now on the 4.5 hour mark.
Oh, just one more thing. No,
I don't think you ever actually asked the question that entire story was supposed to lead
I
to.
don't know.
So, 150,000 for you, Bob.
Yes.
250, you say, Carlos?
Yeah, it's got to be like 250, because a lot of the vintage has appreciated a lot. Like I said, I don't talk about the vintage very much on the channel. Probably I will talk about it a little bit more, but I've got some complete 50 sets and stuff that even in the condition it's in, it's appreciated. The mantles and stuff I've appreciated. Like, it's just the way it is. I bought it cheap at the time. It was good, but like a 52 Bowman mantle is still a 52 Bowman mantle. 53 tops mantle is still a 53 tops mantle. Those have appreciated over the years.
Yeah.
Just those two cards are already worth more than some of my best Medanos. Like I said, I have fun with Medano. Medano's a great player, but that's like Testament. First ballot Hall of Famer. But there's more valuable cards out there of other guys that are like, oh, low condition. It's like still a big card. So I can say I have a 52 mantle. Carlos, did you say 52 tops mantle? No, I said 52. That's all I said. It is a 52.
And then
Steve, 300.
Between 250 and 3.
I'd probably put higher, but I'm stupid with like the attachment. Just
Well, if you
because
factor in the attachment to between 200 and 250 million.
Yeah.
just knowing a lot of the rare stuff I've got might not be, again, all that valuable to 99.9% of the collecting landscape, but just knowing the hoops you jump through to get some of the stuff, the journeys some of these cards take you on, that's where I'm always like, ugh. I'd say 7 figures, but I know I'd never get it, so that makes
Look, I'll trade you Just Johnson and a chicken sandwich. Final offer.
well, what kind of chicken sandwich?
So you're saying it's in play?
There's a chance. It'd just be tough. And again, you'd have to have the charlatans come with the briefcases full of non-sequentially numbered hundreds. So I don't know. I'd probably be close to 7 figures. As
Funny,
long as-
like a year from now, my number could go up significantly. You know what I mean? Like, because I've just got now 236 cards that have a numerical grade on them,
Mhm.
which will significantly impact their value. So,
Well, in fairness,
We'll
those
see.
are going to be at my house, and then what are you going to do? What's left over is like whatever you got.
Your number just went up significantly.
I was going to say, like, yeah, I'll adjust my number after I finish sorting through Bob's cards. Once I'm done sorting through them, I will reevaluate and I'll report back my findings.
Let me know what you got.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
It's always going to be some number that's absolutely astronomical, where if anybody were to pay it, they would be dumber than I.
Okay, can I quickly tack on really quick here, since it is related to your actual topic, since you brought it up, because you're talking about sentimentality right now. You're specifically talking about sentimentality.
Yep.
My number came from the fact that a lot of the memories and things you're talking about, my hobby philosophy is that those memories are in my head. Like I live them. The physical item is part and parcel of the deal, but the reason why I'm comfortable moving on from the stuff I'm not asking for a small amount of money, but it's enough money to let me take care of debts are cleared, places paid off. Then I can move on and do a bunch of different things that allow me to do. I won't stop collecting. The nature of the collection would take on a different context. I'd be very picky and selective. In collection version 2.0, I wouldn't go for like the volume anymore. It would be like, no, I want certain pieces. There's certain things that would interest me that I think would be kind of cool to have. That's what I would get.
Yeah.
But then knowing that everything else is taken care of, well, that's kind of great. Because then I said it before, then, all right, you know what? In the new place, I can build a little studio and do my YouTube show from there and do my stuff and still have my fun being involved in the hobby and still have some nice cards to play around with. And I've got all that. And, but what about the memories? All my memories are in my head. I can tell you what I had, when I got it, what I paid for it. I got a pretty good grasp on most of that stuff. It happened. I lived it. I was there. The cards, they're part of it too, but it's like physically they don't need to be here for that to happen for me in my head.
That might be the comment of the year right there. Putting the mental and the sentimental.
Paul's a big fan of that one.
Yes.
That's his personal mantra.
So they had the guy that sold me that hockey back last year about this time at the show. We were trying to negotiate a deal for a bunch of insert sets from like the mid to late 90s. And he's like, well, you got to take into consideration how much I like chased or how many boxes I opened to get this stuff. I'm like, well, I really don't. If you want to try to put that in the price, you can, but I don't have to do that at all. That's not my journey. That's your journey. You put that in the price, I don't like it, I'll just say no. Because again, I don't care if you rip 50 cases of something. That's on you. Now, again, if I'm saying something like I saw this Josh Johnson triple auto pulled in 2010 or 11 on YouTube. Guess what? Message the seller. Seller was some snot-nosed teenager kid. Never got back to me. Did whatever to with the card, sold it, traded it. Comes up like 8 years later and I buy it. For me, that's a decent little story. Just because some dude had a bunch of money to throw at a bunch of cases or boxes, that doesn't mean shit to me. But there again, I like you can carry the memories. You can always carry them. And if not, write them for a book to then continue to earn more money. But
I
it's
can't wait till your book comes out, Dave.
oh god, it's Lake Superior.
Well, the problem is that the entire book would be just one rant. Seriously, guys. And it's like, this is page 346. So seriously, guys.
Well, no, every chapter would be called again.
That's what I mean, though. So seriously, guys. And again. It's like, and literally every chapter ends with and again. And then the next chapter begins with and again. It turns out there's only 14 distinct words in Dave's autobiography. It's just and again over and over and again.
At least the
Lion jacket would have a coupon for like a free Chick-fil-A sandwich.
I was going to say
dude.
chicken sandwich.
I'm buying it. For
Expired.
sure.
Expired.
Your book has expired coupons.
The coupon was expired at the time it got printed. It was expired before you started. You were never going to redeem. And then the last page is like, in case you're curious about the expired chicken sandwich coupons, it's a metaphor.
Right.
For what? For all redemptions. You're never going to get it.
Have a good February 30th, whatever, 2031, and people
Right. Have a good February 30th, also known as March
Never.
1st.
Hey, it's okay. Steve knows about the one redemption I got from Panini like on Christmas Eve or whatever. And the other redemption is like on year 3. And it's another shit card that probably isn't worth redeeming. But at some point I'll get it. Probably some inconvenient moment. I didn't say, Cryptogriff,
You didn't get
that
that
the other
kiki
words
kiki.
would not fall under Dave's standard vernacular. My point is there would only be so many words. And again would compose the majority of the manuscript. But there would be cornucopias in there and stuff like that.
I think that other Panini Redemption is going to get delivered to you on Easter when you're in church.
Absolutely. Well, I like to think that the Panini Redemption will be delivered to Bob and his package will be delivered to me. And it's the worst deal in hobby history. And that sucks for you, buddy. Did you get a package from Irving, Texas? Good luck, Bob.
I get a Kiki QT, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
You wish, buddy. The next one probably won't be nearly that good.
Giovanni Camarzi. Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
think
I
he
can
has any autographs, does he?
Lord knows. Lord knows.
You got some 2000 stuff, I think, like the Crown Royale, like a rookie royalty auto, maybe, or autograph. I think you've got one of those too. I'm not.
Oh.
There's not
Bob-
a plethora or a cornucopia of them out there.
Bob's got his fingers crossed, hoping for one.
All right,
Look, if worst comes to worst, Bob, if you do not get the Kermazi rookie autograph there, I have in addition to the Prism one, I have an extra Kiki QT, so I can send you that one.
Okay.
So you got two options. You can go with option one, door number 1 or door number 2. Both of them are Kiki QT autographs. No matter what, you're getting one of those.
Score. Let me sleep on it.
Live the dream, Bob. Live the dream.
Ay. All right, Dave.
So,
Close us
do you
up.
remember when it
No,
was like 3 hours and 55 minutes, and you were like, "We got to kill 4 more minutes," and then that 4 minutes.
I was
turned
never.
into
I
half an
was never
hour.
in doubt. I had no concerns. I had no worries.
Yeah, no, none of us did.
No.
We
No.
knew what would happen.
But we have to say it. It's the same way that I say I'm winding it down after like hour 4, and then as we wind into hour 6, I'm like, so
Into
this seemed like
7.
a good. It seemed like a good plan at the time. It seemed like a good idea. Yeah, you can go back to the one I did with Steve that went for 7.5 hours, and somewhere probably around hour 3 or 4, I was like, okay, so we'll start winding it down, and then we got to 7.5.
Yep. Here came Bobby, and
Yes. Yes.
Oh nope, we're all of us at the same time.
But I was
Carlos-
proud. I was proud of the last episode. I had 6 people on at the same time. I got annoyed and I just booted Justin because I was a jerk. And then I brought a meet in so that I could boot him. And that's the clip I put on Instagram.
I know, I saw that.
I was like, I just needed the delayed reaction of everybody going, "Oh man!" And then your line was perfect. It's like, "Oh, I'm leaving." It's like, "All right, I'm done with this guy." Boom, removed.
Who had the? It sounded like they're typing on bubble wrap, and they had like an aquarium right next to them.
That was probably Bobby. Every audio issue is basically Bobby. Every single one. And
That's not
I don't
me,
know.
by the way. It's a different
He's
Bobby.
figured it out. I don't know how he does it. Like it's every time. There's always something, and I don't understand. Like we redo this game every single time.
What
Yeah,
about my
exactly.
my raid work? What about my raid work?
Yeah. If anybody wants to watch what happens when I'm like starting the stream in a mood, it's like I have no chill normally, and then I'm already in a mood when I'm started. I'm like I have no chill at all. All right, you know what? You are banned, person in chatting.
Yep.
I'm done with you. And you know what? All right, we're done with this conversation. I'm gonna bring a meat on and take him right off.
Yep. That was humorous. See, I told you, I my patience is thin.
No, like as soon as I saw Amit, I'm like, this is why, like I said, that's why I took offense to one dude. I was like, good comedy is impromptu. It has to be in the moment. I didn't know Amit was going to appear. As soon as I saw Amit, I'm like, oh, I know what I'm going to do now. I'm like, wait for it. And then I had to do the setup first. If you guys see the clip, like I have to do the setup first, and then I bring him on, wait for you guys to react. Boom, off the screen you go.
The only thing I had texted, or I texted Steve. I said, ask him why the hell he chose Tuesday to go on for his fucking podcast. And his phone was on the charger. And I'm like,
Yep. I didn't have my phone with me. I actually had it on the charger that night. I was like, I would have. I'd have called him out.
Yeah.
I mean, on for like 15, 20 minutes and said like 2 sentences, and he left.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Ed, for your question there, I never had any PTSD from tech support. I actually like doing it because I'm a bastard. And I basically screwed with people for fun. And I got paid to do it. It was great. So I had the right attitude to do tech support for all the years that I did.
Why do you say that, Carlos? Because like I was examining your name, your channel name one night, and I was just like,
you were like,
I'm thinking, why could he do that? And I'm like, probably because people people that know Carlos, like people ask those people like, why is he that way? And
Because he's Carlos.
that's the answer.
It is.
Because
It's also what I used to say in the tech support thing when I was doing training. And they were like, how did you figure out X? And I would go, because I'm Carlos, and I would literally walk away from them without explaining how I got to that conclusion. I'd explain it later, but at first it would just be the frustration of being like, oh, because I'm Carlos. Then I just walk away.
Mic drop, walk away.
Yeah.
That's Carlos.
Yep.
All right,
I'll tell
Dave,
I'll tell you
there's
guys
your
an
window,
Amit
Dave.
story, but that one has to go offline, so Dave has to wrap up if I'm going to tell the Amit story. And it's a funny one, but I can't do it online. It's got to be offline.
All right, Dave. Close this off.
Hey, Steve,
That's Bob. That's Carlos. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Thank everybody for the lively chat. Once again, hit on a lot of the topic notes, and that's try to do that. At least not make it such a hodgepodge of nonsense. We'll get that in there, but we want to get the topic and actually have some worthwhile information being spewed once in a while. So remember, collecting is absolutely the most fun. Making the friendships and forging those friendships in the hobby. That's what makes it the best. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.